Hello, viewers. Welcome to the first among a series of visual tutorials to get you started with programming in Python language. This will be a short session to help you with the basics like the features of the Python language and how to get Python to work on your machine. With that covered, let's get into your first lesson on Python. This session covers the following topics: Introduction to Python, the features, and setting up Python on your machine. Introduction to Python. The Python programming language was developed in the late 80s and it was derived from a number of other programming languages like C, C++, Smalltalk, and a few others. It is a high level, interpreted, object oriented programming language. Well, that's quite a few heavyweight terminologies in a breath. Well, we are here to break things down for you. A high-level programming language is one that may use or is close to natural human language or contains elements from natural language, thus making developing programs simpler. As an example, the word print might indeed be meaningful to a high-level programming language. An interpreted language enables you to run the exact code you wrote without having to rely on someone else to convert your code into a language spoken by your computer, which is the zeros and ones. This someone else being a compiler in most cases. More about compilers later. An object oriented programming language treats everything like real world objects. A car, in object oriented terms, is an object. An employee is an object. Both of these know how to get stuff done, like drive or work. You write code to ask these objects to get the stuff done. This is a pretty simplified explanation and might sound really silly for a non beginner. Our intention is to get all the complexity out at the beginning, and we'll definitely be diving deep into these concepts a little while later. Moving on to features. Python is simple, which means it is easy to learn and read. Now, we touched on the word print a while ago when we discussed high level languages. The word print does indeed have a meaning in Python. Now, as your first example, the word print followed by some text within quotes lets you get these texts appear on the screen. We have a short demo for you. The word print followed by a few text within quotes and hit enter. We can see the text Hello Python printed on the screen. Simple, isn't it? Moving on to the next feature, that is portability. Python can run on very many hardware platforms and isn't restricted to being used in a single type of machine. Python works like charm on huge commercial enterprise server to a handheld device. All of this due to its being open source, which is the third feature. By open source, we mean anybody with enough knowledge can contribute to the source code and make the language better by sharing and making changes to the code. There is a strong community backing Python that helps keep it nice and strong every day. We shall touch on the word nice to cover the final feature on our list, that is libraries. A huge collection of libraries in Python takes your work off from your shoulders. since they help you write less code. Python has tons of these written by people in the Python community who are way smarter than you and me. Let's move on to how we set up the Python programming language on our machines. On Macs, like the one we are using now, you are good to go by typing in the word Python after firing up the terminal. Now we will follow this up with a simple exercise to demonstrate this concept. Let us begin by taking the terminal. To begin with Python and to fire up Python interpreter, I type in Python and press enter. I am into the Python interpreter, and in order to start printing my first program, that is, I want to print the text hello world. I type in print followed by hello world in quotes and press enter. You can see the word hello world printed on the screen. Moving on, most Linux distributions follow the same procedure, so we have that covered as well. Addition to that, we have a tip for you that in Macs and Linux, Python 2.7 comes pre-installed. But for Windows, you have an additional work. The Windows users who are tuned in can visit the URL you see on your screen and download the 32-bit or the 64-bit installers, which will take care of rest of the procedures. We have a screen grab from the website, and you'll have to specifically install either of the two options listed within the rectangular box. With that, we are wrapping up the first session. We hope we've got you excited about Python, and we look forward to meeting you the next time. Until then, it's goodbye.
Hello guys, today I'll take you through Introduction to Programming Language and Python Programming Language. So before we get to know about Python Programming Language, what actually is a programming language? Any ideas? Okay, here we go. A programming language is nothing but a language which is used to communicate with the computer, so which is nothing but a machine. There are many programming languages available in the market like Java, C++, C Hash, Perl, .NET, etc. And Python is one among them. These days, Python is emerging as popular day by day because of its simplicity and easy to use and easy to learn, and also we can able to learn it in a short period of time, and we can able to code in a short period of time. All right. Basically, the programming languages are categorized into two types. Uh, One is interpreter languages and one is compilation languages. Okay, let's know about interpreter language. All right. So, what actually mean by interpretation? Interpretation is the process of executing your program line by line. It means one statement at a time, directly at runtime. So this was an interpreter which reads your programming code line by line and executes it directly at runtime into a language that can be understood by the machine. So this was your final execution code. All right. So interpreter is the one which does this task of executing your code line by line. All right. So this is all about interpreter. What actually mean by compiler? or the compilation language. All right. So compilation is nothing but the process of converting the entire programming code you have written into the language that can be understood by the computer, which is nothing but in the form of 0 comma 1s. A machine can able to understand a language which is binary, that is 0 comma 1. So this is a code that can be understood by the computer, and this is a final execution code uh, that a computer can able to understand. So this is all about compilation. So compilers and interpreters are the two important uh, topics that can be related to a programming language. And some of the compiler languages are Java, C++, .NET, C hash, etc. And some of the interpreter languages are Python, Ruby, PHP, Perl, etc. All right, so let's come to Python. So what is Python? Python is an interpreted high-level object-oriented programming language which is very easy to learn. So python.org is the main official website of the Python, where you have tons of material and a notion of Python topics. So this website contains the Python software with various versions. So from downloads link, you can able to see there are various versions of Python software available to download for different versions of operating systems. So you can able to see that you can able to download Python software for Linux and Mac and other operating systems. Python 3 was a recent release that has many new features and functionalities, and Python 2.7 was most widely used and popular. So before you get familiar with Python, just try to use this Python 2.7. So so that's all, guys. This is a introduction of Python programming language, and also introduction to programming language. In our next tutorials, let's 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 get in deep with Python, like lists, I mean the data types, syntax, etc. Thank you, guys.
Hi everyone, let's get started. But before diving into Python programming, let's decide which IDE we will use for coding. There are several IDEs like NetBeans, PyCharm, Jupyter, Sublime, Visual Studio Code, etc. So let's select one from the 10 best IDEs for Python programmers. And I'm going to select the ninth one, Sublime Text 3. The Sublime Text 3 is one of the most powerful cross-platform lightweight code editors till date, and for beginners it is the best IDE to use. So let's install it. And before installing, I'm going to show you my system configuration. I'm using elementary 64-bit Ubuntu right now, and all installations will be done based on this configuration. So let's install Synaptic Package Manager first. It will help you to download all the related files of a particular package simultaneously. So since I have installed Synaptic Package Manager, let's go to Synaptic Package Manager and install Sublime. And in the search bar, just type for Sublime, and it will list all the related items of Sublime package, and just click on this apply button and again this apply button, and it will download the files for us. And before doing all the installations and downloads and all, just make sure that you are connected to the internet. So the Synaptic Package Manager have done its job. So we have installed Sublime in our system. And the selection of the Synaptic Package Manager or software sender for downloading purpose is up to you. You can select anyone from this, and Synaptic Package Manager is bit simple than software sender, I think, and it's completely up to you. You can select anyone according to your convenience. So let's go to the Sublime Text right now. This is the Sublime Text or Sublime IDE, and I have selected Python language, and here we can see all the languages that are supported by Sublime Text. And since we are coding in Python, we are selecting Python, and over here in the right corner in the upper position we can see something. This is nothing but just the mini map. Mini map shows all the codes in a miniature forms that we are typing in this big console. That's it. And if that is disturbing you, then just go to the view and hide minimap. And we have got many other options over here. File options, new file open, folder, etc. Edit options and all. And using all these options and this console, we can do many things. But the programming in this IDE in Python will be started by the next tutorial onwards. So that's all for now. Keep watching and thank you.
Hello guys, in the previous video we came to know about programming language and Python. In this video we'll implement or execute a simple Python Hello World program. Hope you have Python installed on your computer from this link from the official Python website. Hope you have you are using 2.7 or whatever the version you are very convenient with. Alright, in Python we can execute code in two ways. One is by using the interpreter and one is by using Python scripts. Basically, a file is called Python script or Python module if it ends with .py. It means Python files ends with an extension of .py. But if you have a very large code to be executed, it's better to write a script with .py extension and execute it for your convenience. All right. So first of all, let's implement a simple Hello World program by using the interpreter. Open the terminal. I have already opened the terminal. Now enter into Python interpreter. How we can do that? Simple. Just type Python without any input arguments to it and press enter. That's all. Now you are into Python interpreter. These three arrow marks shows you that tells you that you entered into Python interpreter, and now we can execute whatever the code we want here. So let's implement a simple Python Hello World program. Boom. That's all. That's all in Python to print or to execute a simple Hello World. So let's understand what this is all. Print. What is print? Print is nothing but Python built-in function that prints any data from Python program, and Hello World is a string. So both the built-in function and the string combines and formed a Python program. So this is all about a simple Hello World program in Python. We can also implement this Python Hello World program using Python scripts or modules, as we have discussed as a second point in this. So let's implement this Hello World program using script. Exit out of interpreter. Create a Python file or a module. We have created a Python module with an extension of .py. Let's open that. Now, for now, it was a blank file, and let's write something, some program in it. So this was same as the one we have implemented on the terminal. Now we have written our simple program. Now how to execute it? Go to terminal, use the word Python and file name. There you go. You can able to see the string hello world that we have printed from the Python script. That's all in Python. So you can able to execute programs in two ways. One is interpreter and one is Python scripts. Let's do some meaningful. Uh, Print this hello world string by using some functions. Don't worry about these functions, data type, etc. We'll get into deep with these topics in our next tutorials. For now, let's print this hello world using Python function. Alright, we have written a simple function called hello world, and inside that we are printing the word hello world, and def is nothing but the notation in Python which indicates that this was a function. And finally we are calling this function to print this hello world. Let's execute this file from terminal. Same as we did before. There you go. You can able to see the string hello world that we have executed, or that we intended to print that from function. All right. So we have seen of executing this program through interpreter and also through Python scripts. There are many ways to implement or to execute this program using functions with taking different arguments, etc. So in the next tutorial, we'll know something in deep, like data types, syntax, etc. That's all for this tutorial, guys. See you in the next tutorial. Thank you very much. Hello guys, in the previous tutorial we have seen how to execute a simple hello world program, and in this video tutorial we'll learn something about variable. So what is mean by a variable? Any ideas? Okay, cool. A variable is nothing but a storage location or a memory location where your data will be stored. You can save whatever type of value in it, and a variable value can be changed on assignment dynamically on runtime during program execution. So how to create a variable in Python? So this was a syntax of creating a variable in Python. It was nothing but, for example, let's say this following statement. We are creating a variable name called word and assigning a value hello world to this variable called word. When you print this word, as we had it in the previous tutorials, you will get hello world as printed. So let's check out some examples programmatically in terminal as well as scripts. And as of now, let's check, or let's see how this variable declaration is done in other programming languages like Java. Here the equal to sign is used to assign values to variables. Let's take Java into consideration. Here we have created a variable called number variable and assigned a value of 10 to this variable, and the data type as int. This is the most important part in other languages. Now the number variables stores only integer values in it, because we have declared this number variable of data type called int. Similarly, in case of other statements, for example, a string variable, we have created a string variable and assigned a value hello world to this string variable of data type as string, and hence string variable stores only string data type values. Similarly with the case of float variable. But in case of Python, there is no need of declaration. There is no need to declare the data types of variables in before. I mean, there is no declaration of variables needed, and you can create them dynamically at runtime in the program. Do you got what I mean? Okay, here you go. In case of Java and C other programming languages, you need to explicitly declare what type of data you need to store in the variable. It means variable declaration is needed according to data type, as we have discussed in this example. Hence, it is mandatory to declare the data type in case of other programming languages. But as we have discussed in case of Python, there is no need of explicit declaration of data types when creating or declaring the variables. We'll see that in this following example. Let's take this first statement. We have declared a variable called integer variable and assigned a value 10 to it. And similarly with the other variables, in case of string variable, we have assigned a string called hello world to this string variable, and value of 120.00 to this float variable. So how does Python know what type of data type to be assigned to this particular variable? So that's an interesting question and interesting feature of Python. So Python itself identifies what type of data type according to the value you assign to this variable dynamically at the runtime. For example, you have assigned a 10 value to this integer variable, and during runtime, during the execution of the program, Python identifies the data type of this integer variable based on based on the data you have assigned to this particular variable. Similarly, in case of this string variable, Python identifies the data type of this string variable as string based on the value you have assigned. Since it was a string, Python identifies the data type as string. Similarly with other variables, float variable and the list variable. Let's implement these examples programmatically through interpreter and also through script. Open the terminal and open the interpreter. Okay, we are into interpreter. Let's create some variables with the different data type values. Okay, here we have created 5 variables A, B, C, D, E, F and assigned different data type values to it. In case of A, we have assigned an integer value to A, and hello world. In case of B, we have assigned a string called hello world to B, and similarly with other variables C, D, E, F. And for F, E, and D, these are the list data type, and this was dictionary data type, and this is a tuple data type. Don't worry about this. We'll dig into deep when in the next tutorials for these kind of data types. Okay, so let's print these variables. There you go. Python prints all the values of the variables that was stored in their memory locations. Okay, so you can able to identify, you can able to ask Python what type of data a particular value stored in it by using a Python function called type. For example, let's take the variable A. You want to check what was the exact data type of that particular variable A. You can do so by using a function called type. So you can able to see here the data type of that particular variable was int, since you have assigned an integer value to that A. Similarly, we can able to check the data type of all the other remaining variables. B, and it was string. Since we have assigned a string value to the variable b. Similarly, we can able to check the types of all the remaining data types. Yes. There you go. The data type of C was a float. The data type of D was a list. The data type of E was a dictionary. The data type of a variable F was tuple. So in this way, you can able to declare the variables and assign different data types of variables to that particular variables, and Python does the rest of identifying the data type of that particular variable. And you can also able to check what type of data a particular variable stored by using a Python built-in function called type. And one more important thing was during declaring or initialization of the variables, you need to take care of not using the Python default keywords. Okay, here Python comes with a list of keywords that can be used out of the box from Python. Let's see what are the list of keywords that are available from Python. So these are the list of keywords that comes with Python out of the box, and assert, break, etc. So when you are declaring a particular variable, be careful not to use a word from one of these lists. If you do so, Python will throw an error of you cannot use that. Let's check this. See, you can see Python has thrown an error. You can't able to use that, and the error was syntax error, invalid syntax. Because you can't able to use the default Python keyword as a variable here. So Python knows what type of data you stores in a variable during runtime. Based on the type of value you assign to it. In Python, you can also do some multiple assignments. Okay, so you can understand by an example. From this statement, we have created three variables a, b, c at a time and assigned a value 1 to it. So this is called multiple assignment. We can assign a value to multiple variables at a time in Python. Similarly, you can able to check what type of data it has stored. As I have showed previously, it was int. When you check this type for other variables b and c, and the same type was integer. And also you can perform some arithmetic operations on the above variables if you would like to. For example, create an integer variable. Okay. Now you can able to perform some arithmetic operations like plus, minus, integer on the above variables that we have declared or created. Let's do that. There you go. We have the output of 30 when we added that above two variables. And the important point to note here was you can or you can perform arithmetic operations on the same data type variables. For example, here into variable and into variable 2 are the variables of data type integers, since we have assigned 10 and 20, which are the integers. You cannot perform arithmetic operations on two different data type. For example, you can't add an integer variable and a string variable. Let's check that. Now you can't perform arithmetic operations on the above on these two variables since there are variables of two different data types. Sorry, actually you need to create create a string variable with a string value, and so that it will become a string data type. Let's check what we have created. So we have assigned 30 to integer variable. Let's check the value of string variable. Hello world. Let's try to add these two. Now, there you go. Python has thrown an error saying that your unsupported operands, you can't add two different data types, integer and string. So this was an error which was called as a type error. There are many types of errors in Python which are, which comes out of the box. You can able to learn them in our future tutorials. So arithmetic operations can be performed on same data type variables but not different data type variables. You can perform different arithmetic operations like multiplication, addition, and subtraction, etc. Okay guys, that's all for this video, and I hope you enjoyed and learned something about variables and variable types and multiple assignments and checking the actual data type of a particular variable you have created. Let's do something important. Let's learn something important stuff in our next video tutorials. Thanks very much, guys. Hello guys, today we'll try to learn about operators in Python. So what are operators? Operators are nothing but symbols which perform some processing of data. It performs some data processing. So there are many types of operators in Python like I have shown here. And they are arithmetic operators, comparison operators, assignment operators, bitwise operators, logical operators, membership operators, and identify operators. First of all, we'll try to learn arithmetic operators. So what are arithmetic operators? Arithmetic operators are used to perform arithmetic operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulus, exponent. So let's dig into interpreter and try to perform some examples. Let's open the interpreter. Right. Python. Alright, so we are into interpreter now. So instead of this Python interpreter, let's enter into interactive Python interpreter. So interactive Python interpreter and interpreter are same, but interactive interpreter is nothing but a normal Python interpreter with steroids on it. It has various new functionalities and attributes, etc. stuff to use for our convenience. So let's enter into interactive Python interpreter. Basically, for normal interpreter, we'll type just Python. But in case of interactive interpreter, we'll need to use I before Python what. So this is nothing but interactive session. All right. So we are into Python interpreter now. Let's know about arithmetic operators. Try to declare two values with some by assigning some other values to it. Try to declare two variables by assigning some values to it. A is equal to 9, B equal to 8. Let's perform addition on it. Speed. So that's it. That's it in Python to perform addition. And in 2.7, we are using just the word print in order to print the value of a variables. But in case of Python 2. Python 3, we need to use this print statement as a function. Print has been converted into function in Python 2.3, like print of a plus b, print of a plus b, c. So you can able to print the value of a variable in two ways, by using print as a statement and print as a function. All right. So let's also know, let's perform some subtraction. Sorry, minus b. That's it. 9 minus s is equal to 1. And also multiplication. Let's take some other values by creating some different variables. In Python, we can perform multiplication by using an operator star. So this was output. Now let's get to this division. One. So when we divided the dividend a by b, 4 by 3, we'll get the value as 1. And the next one was modulus. So what is mean by modulus? Modulus is nothing but the remainder of the division operation. For example, a is equal to 45, b is equal to 6, and when you type a modulus b, so the output should be 3. So how we got the output as 3? When we divided 45 by 6, the actual the quotient was 6 sevens 42 and the remainder was 3. So that was the actual output. If you don't understand that, I'll show you. 6 45. So in division of general mathematics, if you divided 45 by 6, the value should be 7. 6 sevens 42. And the remainder should be 3. So this was the actual modulus. Now exponent. So what is meant by exponent? Exponent is nothing but x to the power of 5. Okay, let's also try to give an example for this. Let's take a is equal to 4 and b is equal to 3. I'm sorry for that. A is equal to 4, b is equal to 3. So how you will implement the exponent functionality in Python? Simple. A double stack b. Why we declare b is equal to 4? B must be 3. Okay, whatever. 4 to the power of 4 is nothing but 256. So this is equal to 4 into 4 into 4 into 4. So this was the actual processing behind the exponent functionality. Let's enter into comparison operators. So what are comparison operators? Comparison operators are used to compare the values on both sides of it. They are also called as relational operators. So some of the comparison operators are greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, not equal to, and not equal to can also be written as another can also be written with another symbol, not equal to. Let's see an examples for this. A is equal to 9, B is equal to 8. Let's initially first check greater than, whether A is greater than. True, of course 9 is greater than 8. And also check less than. A is less than B. False, of course. A is greater than, B, and 8 is less than 9, and hence it is false. Now let's check greater than or equal to. A is greater than or equal to B. I'm sorry, we shouldn't give any space between those operators. Yes, less than or equal to B. Of course it is false. And what was the remaining on it? Equal to. Whether 9 is equal to 8, was that true? Let's check it out. So please observe here. If we use single equal to, then it indicates that we are assigning a value to a variable A. But if we use double equal to, it means that we are checking the value of both variables here. Okay. So, and next, not equal to. A is not equal to B. Was that true? Of course it is true. 9 is not equal to 8. And the not equal to has two symbols. This one and another one. Let's also check with that. Yes, of course it's true. So what are assignment operators actually? Assignment operators are used to assign values to variables. And the different types of assignment values are is equal to, plus equal to, minus equal to, and so on until the exponent which I have seen in the past. Okay. Okay, let's try this with examples. A equal to 5. So we have assigned a variable, we have assigned a value of 5 to a variable A. We are creating variable over here and assign a value to it. So this is all about assign value. Now let's check what is meant by plus equal to. It's nothing but it adds the right side value to the left side value and assign the result value to the left side value. Okay, let's see an example. A plus equal to 2. So the result should be 7. Let's print A. So how Python has calculated that? A plus equal to 2 is indirectly equals to A equal to A plus 2. So this was so this statement was actually equal to A is equal to A plus 2. But in short terms, Python, we can able to notify Python in this manner. Let's check that. A is equal to 7. A is equal to A plus 2. A plus 2. Print A. So this was the output. So this is all about plus equal to, and similarly with minus equal to. If A is equal to 4, A minus equal to 1. So this is equal to A is equal to A minus 1. Since A is equal to 4, A is equal to 4 minus 1, which is nothing but 3. Print A. That's all. And that's all with the multiplication, and that's all with the division. Okay, if you want example, let's take another example then. Is equal to 4. A division equal to 2. The answer should be 2, which is nothing but 4 by 2, which is nothing but A by 2. Print A. Okay. Next, B is equal to 3. Equal to 2. So here 3 into 2 is equal to 6. Print B. Okay, and now the modulus. As we have discussed just now, the modulus is nothing but the reminder of the division operation. Okay, let's initialize another variable called c. C is equal to 11. C modulus equal to 2. The answer should be 10. I mean, if we divide 11 by 2, the remainder was 1 actually. Okay, print C. So the remainder should be 1. Okay. Now the last one was exponential. Let's initialize another variable is equal to 3, and let's try to check 3 to the power of 4, which is nothing but 81, equal to 4. Print D. Yes, that's right. Okay, now we have got to know about assignment operators, and let's dig into bitwise operators. So what are bitwise operators? Bitwise operators compares values in binary formats. These operators work on integers. When performing bitwise operators on integers, initially these integers are converted into binary form, and then they'll use some comparison. Alright, so let's dig into it with some example. And the bitwise operators are, and this symbol was called as binary AND, binary OR, and binary XOR, and binary complement. This is nothing but the negation, and binary left shift and binary right shift. Let's get to know first about this binary AND. Let's try to create two variables over here. A is equal to 19, B is equal to 18. So we initialized, or we created two variables with values 19 and 18. Let's perform a bitwise AND operators on these two variables, A and B. So the output was 18. How? So in the background, Python first converts this 19 and 18 into binary format and then performs the AND operation. Let's check what is the binary format of 19 first. How you can able to check that in Python? Simple. We have some function. So the binary format of A, which is nothing but 19, is 10011. Let's also know the binary format of B. Okay. Python compares these two binary formats over here and finds the resultant binary format, and then it converts that binary format into integer. Okay, so how it compares actually, how it performs AND operation with these binary formats. Okay, in case of AND, the resultant value will be 1 if both values are 1. Okay, let's try to understand this with an example. Let's copy this. So how Python performs the AND operation. The resultant value of 1 and 0, I mean the resultant comparison of two digits will be 1 if both digits are 1 in case of AND operation. For example, here 1 and 0 should be 0. Will come from start. 1 and 1 is 1, and 0 and 0 is 0. 0, 1 and 0. Sorry, it was 1 actually. So the resultant value should be 1 only if both comparison values are 1. Otherwise the value should be 0. For example, the both values over here, the both comparison values here are 1, and hence the resultant value was 1 in case of AND. Similarly with 1 and 1 is 1 and 1 and 0, since both are not ones and one value is 1 and one digit is 0, the resultant value should be 0. So initially Python got the result by comparing two binary formats of two integers as this one. So let's try to find out what was integer notation of these binary formats. So you can able to find the integer format of a binary digits by using a function called bin in Python. Bin of this one. Sorry, it's not bin actually. Bin is used to convert the integers into binary formats. If you want to convert the binary format to integers, so you need to use a function called integer, int. Alright, so this is a value of 18 actually. Alright, so this is a value of 18 actually. This is similar with OR operation. In case of OR operation, of course, we got to know about AND operation, and now let's know about this OR operation. So how Python compares two binary formats, two numbers actually. So for 19 and 18, these two are the binary formats, and Python initially compares the binary formats, and the resultant will be a binary, and this binary will be converted into integer. So now we got to know about and let's know about OR. In case of binary OR, the resultant, the result will be 1 if at least one of the bit is 1. For example, previously the result will be 1 only if both values are 1, but in the case of OR, the resultant will be the result will be 1 if at least one of these comparison values was 1. Okay, and now the output will be 1. Since at least one of the about two values is 1, the value will be 1. 0, since no value is 1, 1, sorry, 1, and at least since at least one of the two comparison values is 1, the value will be 1. So this is the value of R, and now Python converts this binary format to integer. So let's check what was the value of A and R. Sorry. So the value should be 19 over here. All right. So this was all about binary OR. And what was about this binary XOR, binary XOR? Okay, XOR. In case of binary XOR, the result will be 1 if at least one bit is 1, but not both will be 1. When comparing these two values, at least one of the values should be 1. If both the values should be 1, the value should be 0 and the result should be 0. So this is a condition in XOR. Okay, let's deal with it. Since at least, if both should be 1, the value should be 0. 0, 0, 0. If both are 1, the value should be 0. If at least one value should be 1, if at least one value is 1, the resultant value should be 1. So this is a binary format when Python compares two integers 19 and 18. So what is the integer representation of this? A, B is 1. Okay, let's check bin of 1. Okay, so the binary format of 1 was this one. So now we got to know about binary OR. Similarly with binary complement, in case of binary complement, when you okay, let's initialize another variable. A is equal to 9. So how you negate a value? It's nothing but A. So the negation of 9 is nothing but a, and you can also convert this minus 10 to 9 by using another negation like minus 10 negation back to 9. So this is all about Python complement or Python negation. So what is a left shift? Now we'll learn about left shift. Left shift is nothing but the left value is moved by number of bits left, I mean specified by right value. I mean the left value is moved left by the number of bits specified by right value. For example, let's take a is equal to 100. So what is a binary format of a? It's nothing but 1100 and 100. When we apply left shift operators, I mean left shift operation on this variable a, let's check what was the result of this. Left shift 2. So what is a binary for? So the resultant integer was 400. Let's check the binary format of this 400. So you can able to see that now 1100 100 1100 100. So the value, the binary format has moved 2 digits left, 2 digits left by adding 2 digits right. So it has moved left actually. Now let's check about right shift. Let's initialize another variable. All right. Let's apply a right shift operation on this variable. Two. Was that really 25? Okay, let's check it. So initially we need to check what was the binary representation of B. B. Okay, so the binary representation of B was 1100 100. Let's check. I mean, we have applied the right shift operation on this variable B. So the result was 25. So let's check the binary representation of 25 and see whether those binary representation has been moved 2 digits right or not. 25. Yes. So 11001. This binary digits has moved 2 digits right by deleting 0, 0 and 0. You can able to see the length of this 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and here the length was only 5. That means it has moved 2 digits right. The membership operators and the identity operators. So these are the two operators remaining. So let's get to know about these membership operators. There are two types of membership operators in Python. One is in and not in. Okay, membership operators test for the presence of a variable value in a sequence data types. For example, string, list, tuple, etc. So the membership operators in Python are in and not in. In and not in. So let's let's know what is in and how it is used. Let's know a simple example for this. A is equal to hello, B is equal to 25. List data type is equal to So we need to check whether A in list data type. Of course, the value of a variable a was hello. We are checking that whether this variable, whether this value hello exists in this list data type. Hello, of course, and hence it was printed as true. Similar with, and also check with not in. A not in. list data type. False, because we have the value of a exists in list data type, and hence the result should be true. But we also check that by using not in operator whether a not in list data type. No, of course a exists, and hence the result was false. And the last operator and the last operator section in Python was identity operators. So what are the identity operators exist in Python? They are is, comma, is not. So these are the two identity operators that exist in Python as a membership operators. So let's see each an example for this. Apart from that, what is identity operators? Identity operators are used to compare memory locations of two variables or two objects. As we know, everything is an object in Python. So let's declare two variables. A is equal to 10, B is equal to 9. And let's check with the first operator is. Let's check whether x is y. X is b. I'm sorry, it's b. X is b. We have created two variables x and b, and we are checking that whether the memory location of x is same as the memory location of b. Whether 9 is, whether 10 is 9, it should be false. Of course, 10 is not 9. And next go with is not operator. X is not b. Of course, the value should be true because 10 is not 9. True. So this is all about identity operators. So we came to know about different operators in this tutorial, like identity operators, membership operators, logical operators, bitwise, assignment, comparison, arithmetic operators. So this is all about operators in Python. We have also learned one example with each one of them. I hope this helped with some of your learning process. Hi there folks. Today we'll learn if statements in Python. Basically, if statements has the ability to verify conditions based on which the behavior of the program or code will be altered. So this was the syntax of if statement. If expression do something, based on the resultant value of this expression, whether it was true or false, Python will continue to execute the next statement, which was nothing but do something or whatever the code was here. Alright, let's see an example on the interpreter. Declare a variable and assign a value to it. Alright, let's apply this if statement on the above declared variable. Python initially executed this expression, whether hello exists in the string variable. In turn, what is string variable? String variable has a value of hello world in it, and hence Python has checked whether hello exists in this hello world. If it exists, Python executed the next statement, the next line of code, which was nothing but print hooray. So that's what about using if statements on particular string in Python. Let's apply this if statement on a list data type. Alright, now apply this if statement on the declared list variable. Awesome. So Python initially has executed this expression and it has checked whether string hello exists in the list variable, which has the two items in it, hello or wall. And if that exists, Python has gone to execute the next statement, which was print yes. And hence the result was yes. That which was the intended result for us. All right. Let's check with another example. All right. Now execute this if statement or apply this if statement on the above dict variable. There you go, you have the output. So this is the process of using if statements in Python. All right, thanks guys.
Hi everyone. Now let's have a look at Python's if, elif and else statements. Here I have created a new file statements.py in the same location. In this, you will learn to create decisions in a Python program using if, elif and else statements. Decision making is required when we want to execute a code only if a certain condition is satisfied. The if, elif and else statements are used in Python for decision making. This is the syntax for if, elif and else conditions. Here, the program evaluates the test expression and will execute statements only if the test expression is true. Otherwise, it will check for the test expression of elif. Elif means the short form of else if. And if the test expression is true, body of elif is get executed, and if not, the control will go to the else statement. And the else statement is the last one, and if the condition is met, then the body of else will be get executed. And we have the flowchart of the if, elif and else statements over here. As we see in the syntax itself, the test expression of if is get executed if after testing whether the test expression is true, the body of if will be get executed, and if it is not true, then the test expression of elif is evaluated and check for whether it is true or false. And if it is true, body of elif is get executed, and if not, the body of else is get executed. And it will be more clear when we do a program. So let's go to the Sublime Text and let num equals 3. And the first statement, it is the if statement. If num greater than 0, this is the test expression. Enter. This if condition's body is identified by the indentation. Here the indentation starts. and we have a print expression here. Print num is positive, and the if body is terminated while it sees a non-intended block. So here we have the else if, that is our elif condition over here. Elif num equal to 0. Enter. Print num is 0. Here you might have noticed why we using double equal to over here. The single equal notation will assign a value to a variable, but the double equal sign is used to compare the value. So the last one, else. Here we can have no expression, else print num is negative. So that's it. So just go to the terminal and clear the screen. Then go to the python statements.py and click enter. Num is positive. Since we given the 3 positive integer, it is printed as num is positive. And if we change this to a -3, then save it and go to the terminal again, then run the code again, then num is negative. And the flow of program is like this. The -3 is get assigned to the number num, and the if condition checks whether the num is greater than 0 or not, and it's not greater than 0, sorry. So it will not print num is positive, and elif condition is not also get satisfied. So the else condition is get satisfied, and thus it prints num is negative. That's how the if, elif and else statements work in Python. And we can have the same code like this here. If num greater than or equal to 0, if num equal to 0, this if is inside this if, so it is nested if else condition, and num is greater than or equal to 0. So let's change this to 3 again and save it. So now the condition is, if condition is true, it is greater than 0, and now it will check for if num equal to 0, then it will print 0, and if else, then it will print it is a positive number. Since we are using Python 2.7, we don't need these brackets. That's one of the difference between Python 2.7 and Python 2.3. So let's run this code again, then go to the terminal and run again, then it is positive number. That's the if, elif and else statements in Python. That's all for now. Keep watching. Thank you.
Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to talk about loop control statement in Python. So loop control statements are a break statement and a continue statement. So what is a break statement? Break statement simply used to terminate the loop, or we can say that it's simply used to break the loop, and after that it will go to the next line or next statement. So this is all about a break statement. So now let us understand break statement through a simple program. Here I opened a Python shell and now I am using a for loop to understand a break statement. Here string is a simple character. So now I initially print a simple for loop. Now here we get the result from S to Z, which is a simple for loop result. Now what happened when I put a break statement is inside this for loop body. For that I'll use if condition. So here you can see this is a if condition for break statement and this is a else condition. So now after the else condition I'll put a second statement which is a hello. It will simply print a hello. So now if variable equal to I, which means that when a variable goes to the position of I inside this character, it will simply break the loop and goes to the next line, or we can say that next statement, which is this statement. So now I run this program. Now you can see what happened. So here you can see it will simply break the loop after the R character, which means that when a variable goes to the I position, it will simply break the loop and goes to the next line, which is a hello. So now I'll change the character inside this variable. I'll put K. So now here you can see there is no K inside this string character. So it will simply print the else condition because the if condition is not satisfied. So it will simply print the else condition. And else condition is simply a string. After that it will simply print the next statement. So now I'll again execute this program. So now here you can see there is no break inside this result. So it will simply print value from S to Z. After that it will print the second line. So this is all about a break statement. So now what is a continue statement? Continue statement is simply used to skip the loop and goes to the next iteration. Here I say it will goes to the next iteration, not in the next line. So it will simply skip the loop and goes to the next iteration. So this is all about a continue statement. Now let us understand through a simple example. Here I again open a Python shell and now I am again using a for loop to understand a continue statement. Here again string is a character. I am again initially print the simple for loop. Here we get the result from S to Z, which is a simple for loop result. Now what happened when I put a continuous statement inside this for loop? For that I'll use the if condition. So here you can see if a variable goes to the position of I inside this string, it will simply skip the loop, or we can say that it will simply skip the character and goes to the next iteration, which is N, and after that which is a G. So this is a continue inside this for loop, and I'll again put a second statement after the continue loop, which is a hello. Now I'll execute this program So here we can get the result. Here you can see there is no I inside this result, which means that I is skipped, and after that it will goes to the N and G. When the loop is completed, it will goes to the next line. So this is all about a continuous statement.
Hi there folks. In this video tutorial, I'll take you through loops in Python, for loop in Python. So what actually is looping? Looping is nothing but the mechanism of iterating through sequence data types, which are nothing but string, list, tuple, and dict. So what is the need of looping? Looping is required to repeat an execution of a block of code a certain number of times. I'll try to give an example for each and every sequence data type. For example, string, list, tuple, dict. Before that, this was the syntax of for loop. So what does it mean was Python applies looping on each and every item of sequence type and assigns that particular item to this variable called I, and we are going to print that variable I. Alright, let's open the Python interpreter and try to give an example for each and every data type. Alright, I'm into Python interpreter. I'll give example with two data types. One is string data type and one is list data type. Initially, we'll start with string data type. Alright, now I want to print each and every character of this string variable. So initially we have declared a variable called string variable and assigned a value string to this variable. Let's print each and every character by using for loop in Python. We have to give indentation of 4 spaces in Python. Right. So this was the intended output of printing each and every character separately by using the for loop. Let's apply the same logic, the same for loop on the list data type. Right. We have initialized a variable called list variable and assigned a data type of list with 2 items in it and which has a length of 2 items in it. If we print list variable, alright. Oops, we forgot the comma in that. Now let's print again. There you go. So we have 2 items in this list. Let's apply the for loop on this particular list variable. Now the intended output should be hello and wall should be printed separately as there are 2 items independently in the list. Alright, there you go. So this is all about applying for loop on different data types in Python. To repeat this for loop with another function called range in Python. Range is nothing but the built-in Python function which is used to create a list of numbers. By the predefined number you will give in that function. Let's see an example for that. Let's print A to see what are the elements in that particular variable A. Alright, so it has created numbers from 0 to 9 with this built-in function. Let's print that each and every variable, every number independently. There you go. So this is all about applying for loops or a description of for loop in Python. Thanks guys. We'll try to look into another topic in our next video. Thanks very much.
Hi everyone, now let's have a look at while loops in Python. A while loop statement in Python programming language repeatedly executes a target statement as long as a given condition is true. And the syntax of while loop is like this: while, then the expression, then statements. And you might be wondering, what is this pass? Pass is a statement which do nothing. So if we want to declare a function, or we want to write a loop, and if we want to do nothing, then we can just use this pass like here. And now I will get rid of this because I just want to do something in this loop, and so that here the statement may be a single statement or a block of statements, and the expression or the condition may be any expression, and true is any non-zero value. The loop iterates while the condition is true, and when the condition becomes false, the program control passes to the line immediately following the loop. Now let's have a look at the flow diagram of while loop. This is the flow diagram of while loop, and here we will check for the expression here, and if it is true, then the conditional code will get executed, and after that we will check for the result, and if the condition is again true, then conditional code will be executed, and this will continue to do until the condition here becomes false. And if the condition is false, the program flow will go to the very next line of code. Here the key point of the while loop is that the loop might not ever run, and when the condition is tested and the result is false, the loop body will be skipped and the first statement after the while loop will be executed. So that the while loop is also called as entry control loop. That is, if the condition here is false at the beginning itself, then the program flow will not get into the loop. And likewise, we have an exit control loop also, that is called do while loop, and about do while loop we will be discussing in the upcoming videos. So now let's have a look at an example. So for that I will get rid of this codes, and I want to declare a variable count equals 0. Then I just want to loop through it with an expression count less than 5. Then I just want to print the count, and after that I just want to show that the while loop is get exited, and for that I also want to print a string which is just like goodbye or something like that, and I just want to get rid of this pass here, and I will just save this, and let's go to the terminal and run this program by typing python file.io.py. What's happening? Oh, I just forgot to increment, that's why it's happening. and it is an infinite loop. Since the count is equal to 0 and the while count is less than 5, then it will always print the count. And in order to get out of the loop, just Control and C, and it shows keyboard interrupted. Just go to the code and add something like count equals count plus 1. Then it will show the actual result like this: 0 up to 4, and whenever the count equals 5, the condition becomes false, and this will get out of this loop, and the program control will go to the next line and it will print goodbye. And in the first case, we had an infinite loop, because the condition inside this while loop is always true, like I won or something like that. So any non-zero value inside this while can make an infinite loop. So that's all about while loops in Python. So keep watching. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this we are going to do an assignment which will incorporate the for loop, range function, and also if-else statement. So in this example, we are illustrating the combination of an else statement with a for statement that searches for prime number from 10 to 20. So let's do that together. And in order to do that, first of all, we have to iterate between 10 to 20. For that, let's create a for loop for num in range (10 to 20). And to iterate on the factors of the number, let's create another for loop for I in range 2 to num, the number. Then to determine the first factor, let's do num modulo division I, and let's check that by assigning the result to 0 in if condition. If num modulo division I equal to 0, then in order to calculate the second factor, let's do j equals num divided by I, and let's print all the three values in fashion like print, then %d equals %d again into %d at the end percentage, then in braces num comma I comma j, and this %d is get replaced by num, which is an integer. That's why this %d, and this %d is get replaced by this I into %d again, which is replaced by this j. And after that, a break statement to move to the next number, and then an else statement, which is not the else of this if here. Else, just print num, comma, is prime number. So that's it. Let's save it and go to the terminal in order to see the result. So I am in the downloads directory where the file IO resides, and to run Python file IO.py. Here it will print in this fashion. Sorry, I am just getting rid of this another terminal window. Now let's look at this. 10 equals to 2 into 5. Then 11 is a prime number. 12 equals to 2 into 6. 13 is a prime number, and so on up to 19. But it doesn't take this 20, since this range will take only values from 10 to 20 minus 1, which is 19. So that's all about range function, for loop, and keep watching. Thank you.
Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to talk about number in Python. Number is a inbuilt data type in Python which is used to store a numeric value, which means that number are always used to store a integer value, not a string values. So this is all about numbers in Python. Now let us understand through a simple example. Here I opened a Python shell, and now I'm going to execute some example of number. Here you can say I assigned a numeric value in a variable a. Now when I execute this, here we get the result 18, which means that the variable a is stored a numeric value. So this is an example of number. And now, as we know that Python support 4 different numeric type, which is a integer, long integer, float, and a complex. So you already know integer and long integer. I'm going to explain you float and complex. Now for float, a equal to 17.6. Here this is a float value. Now when I execute this, here we get the result 17.6, which means that the variable a stored a float value. Now for complex values, a equal to 12 plus 45z, which means that 12 is a real part and 45 is a imaginary part. Now again while execute this, we get a complex value, which means that it automatically stored a new value, which is a complex value. So this is all about a Python number. Now I'm going to explain you some method which is used in number. Now the first method is absolute method, which is ABS method. Now for that, I'll simply execute the absolute method when I create a variable and giving the value minus 12, which is a negative value. Now when I print this value with absolute method, which is ABS and A, so here we get the absolute value, which is a positive integer value. So this is all about the absolute value. The next method is a ceiling method, which is denoted by CEIL. These functions are not accessible directly, so we need to import a module called a math module. Now initially I'm going to import a module which is math module. So now here I'm going to execute a program. After that I'll explain you what is a ceil method. So now initially I'm giving a value 12.23, and now I'm going to print this value using a math module. Here I called a math module. So here we get the result 13, which means that ceil methods are always store the smallest integer value which is greater than the reference value. So which is the smallest integer value greater than the reference value? I think 13 is the smallest integer value after the 12.323. It will not give you the float value, it will always give you the integer value. Or we can say that ceil are used to store a next step value. So whatever value you had given 12.242398 anything, it will simply give you the next integer value. So this is a 13 is the next integer value. So now this is all about a ceil method. The next method is a floor method. Floor method is just similar to the ceil method. So initially we have to import a module math. Here I am going to execute a program. After that I'll explain you. A equal to 12.23, and now I'm going to call this method. So here we get the result 12. So which means that floor are used to return the largest integer value less than the reference value. So which is the largest integer value which is not greater than this reference value? So I think 12 is the largest integer value. Or we can say that floor are used to get a previous integer value as the reference value. So the previous integer value, then the reference value is the 12. So if you put 13.34, 14.4, we will get the previous integer value which is 13 or a 14. So this is all about a floor method. The next method is a exponential method. Exponential method is just similar to the math exponential method. So these methods are not accessible directly, so we need to import a math module. Here I imported a math module, and now I'm going to simply print a exponential value of 2. So here we get the result 7.38. So this is all about a exponential method. The next method is a maximum method denoted by max. So for that we don't need to import a math module, we can access directly. So a equal to max 12, 45 and 2. Here we print a value a. So here we get the result 45. So 45 is maximum inside this list of item. So this is all about a max method. The next method is a min method, or we can say that minimum method. For that a equal to min, and again you going the same variable. Here I'm going to print a value a. So here we get the minimum value which is 2. So this is all about a min method. The next method is a power method. The power method is just similar to the math method, which means that 2 to the power 3, 2 to the power 4, whatever we will give the power, it will simply give the result. For that I am going to simply execute the power method. So first we have to import a math module because these methods are not accessible directly. And now I am going to print a value POW, and now 2, 3. Here 3 is the power of this reference value. So here we get the result 8, which means that 2 to the power 3 is a 8, which is 2 to the power 3 is a 8. So this is all about a power method. The next method is a square root method. A square root method is just similar to the math square root. So for that we have to first import a module math, and now I'm directly going to print a square root value math.sqrt 100. So we get the result 10. So square root of 100 is simply a 10. So this is all about a square root method. The next method is a mod f method. Mod f method is used to get a integer value apart and a float value apart, which means that we will get the separate value of integer and a float. So now firstly I'm going to import a module math, and now I'm going to execute a program. After that I'll explain you. Mod f, I'm giving a value 12.90. so we get the result here. This is the float part of this reference value, which is 12.90, and this is the integer part, which is a 12. So what mod f does, it will separate the integer value and a float value in different parts. So this is all about a mod f method. The last method is a log method. Log method will return a natural logarithmic value or a base value. So for that we have to import a module math, and now I'm going to simply execute a log10 value math.log, and here 10, and the base is also 10. Here 10 is the base. So here we get the result 1. So we know that log 10 is a 1. So this is all about a number in Python. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to talk about string in Python. String is a set of character, or we can say that string is a collection of character represented in a single quote or a double quote. So now let us understand through a simple example. Here I opened a Python shell, and now I'm going to execute some example. After that I'll explain you. Firstly I'll represented the string in double quote. So here we get the result, which is a string value. So now again I'm going to give the same value in single quote. So we get the same value as we get in the previous value. So this is all about a string. Now I'm going to explain you some method which are used in a string. So the first method is a capitalize method. Capitalize method will return the same string, but the only difference is that it will return a capital as a first character. So firstly I'll execute this method. So firstly we have to create a string. For that, hello world, and now I'm going to call the capitalize method a dot capitalize. So here we get the result hello world, but we can see the difference between this hello world and this hello world. Here the h is capital and the inside this hello the h is small. Capitalize method always give you the first character in capital. So this is all about a capitalize method. The second method is a count method. Count method is used to count a character inside the collection of characters. For that I'm going to give the value HELLO hello, HELLO the same value, and again I'm going to print the value a dot count, and which value you have to count. Here I am giving E. So here we get the result 2, which means that E is 2 inside this whole string. Here E is once and the second E is here. So this is all about a count method. Count method will simply count the character. The next method is a find method. Find method is used to find the index position of character. So now execute this program and assigning a value which is a Python string. and I'm going to find a T character inside the Python string. So a dot find, and I'm giving the character T. So here we get the result 2. So T character is in the index position of 2. So P is in 1, 0, Y is in 1, and T is in 2. So the find character will give you the index position of the character. The next method is a alphanumeric method. The alphanumeric method will return either true or false if your string contains alphanumeric values or not. So for that, I'm creating variable and assigning a string which is hello. After that, I'm going to give some digit. After that, again I'm going to write hello, and now I'm going to print the alphanumeric values, so which is a dot is a l n u m. So here we get the result true, which means that our string contains the alphabetics as well as digit value, or we can say integer value. So this is all about a alphanumeric value. The next method is a isAlpha method. The isAlpha method will return you either true or false if your string contains the alphabets or not. So for that, I'm going to assign a alphabetic value which is hello, and now I'm going to print this condition a dot is alpha is alpha. So here we get the value true. So if I'm going to give the hello with 1 2 3 integer value, it will simply give you the false. Because this string also contains a integer value. So this is all about a isAlpha method. The next method is a digit method. Digit method will give you either true or false depend upon your string contains some character or some digit. So for that, I'm going to initially give a string here 2 3 3 4 digit, and now I'm going to print the condition a dot is digit. So here we get the true result because our string contains only a digit value. So this is all about a digit method. The next method is a length method. Length method will give you the length of character string. Here is the string, and now I'm going to print the length of character len and a. So here we get the result 13. So here we count 1 2 3 4 5 6, and the white space is 7 8 9 10 12 13. So this is all about a length character. The next method is a lower method. Lower method will give you the lower value if you give some random characters. So if I'm going to give some value which is stri hello world, here w is capital and the all characters are small. If to print the hello world a dot lower, so here we get the result all the characters in the small letter, even the w is also a small letter. So this is all about a lower method. The next method is a uppercase method. Uppercase method will give you the larger character, which means that it will give you the capital value. So if give the same hello world string and print the value with upper, so here we get the result all the character in the capital form. So this is all about a uppercase method. The next method is a swap case method. Swap case method is used to swap the string, which means that if we give the small character, it will simply swap into the capital character, or if you give the capital character, it will convert it into the small character. So for that, here I'm going to give the capital character hello world, and now I'm going to execute this print, and now a dot swa swap case. So here we get all the character in small letter. So if we give the value in small letter, and I'm going to print this a dot swap case. Here we get all the character in capital form. So this is all about a swap case method. The next method is a max method. Max method will return you the maximum string character inside the collection of character, or we can say that string. So for that, a equal to hello world. Now I'm going to execute the max character max and a. So here we get the result. W is the largest character inside this string. So this is all about a max character, max length, or we can say that max method. The next method is a min method. Min method is used to get a minimum character value inside a string. So for that, I'm going to give some string value, which is Python, and now I'm going to print the minimum value, which is min a. So here we get the result h. So h is the minimum character inside this string. So this is all about a min method. The last method is a replace method. Replace method will simply replace the character. So initially created a string named Python. Now I'm going to replace the Python. So for that, a dot replace, I'm going to replace the character p with j. So the p is the oldest character value and the j is the new value. So here we get the result, which is a Jython, which means that p is replaced by j. Here we can say p is replaced by j. So this is all about a string in Python. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to talk about list in Python. List is a inbuilt data type in Python which are used to store a list of items. List is created using a square bracket, and each item are placed inside the list with separate commas. The item inside the list have their own index value, which means that each item inside the list have their own position, which is denoted by some integer value. Now let us understand through a simple example of list. I opened a Python shell, and now I'm going to execute some simple example of list. So initially I created a variable a and assigning a list. As I say that list is created using a square bracket. So this is an empty list because we don't have any item inside this list. So now I'm going to assign some item in this list. The first item is a string. The second item is a integer value, and the third item is again a string with some integer value, which is an alphanumeric value. So I'm going to print this list. So here we get the result of this list, which is a string, integer, and a alphanumeric value. So this is all about a list in Python. And next I'm going to explain you how to access the value inside the list, how to update the list, and how to delete the list. In this video we are going to talk about how to access, how to update and how to delete the dictionary. Now for first, how to access the value in dictionary. For that we have to create a dictionary. So here I created a dictionary and assigning 4 key value pair inside the dictionary. So now I'm going to print the values using a square bracket, and inside the square bracket I put a key 2007, which is this. So here I run this module, we get the result iPhone, which is a string value. This iPhone is associated with this key and this key is printed. After that we get the result this string, and now I'm going to change the key 2009, which is this key. So here I run this module, we get the result the string iPhone 3GS, which is just similar to this. Now I'm again change the key, which is string iPhone 4, which is just similar to this string iPhone 4. So here I run this module, we get the result which is 2010, because this integer value 2010 is associated with this string value. So we can use anything to access the item from dictionary. Now let's move to the next topic, how to update the dictionary. For that we have to create a dictionary. So here I created a dictionary assigning 4 key value pair inside the curly braces, and now I'm going to update the key value pair which is already exist inside this dictionary A. So here I put A and I'm going to assign a key 2007, and now I'm going to give a different string which is Python, and after that I simply print the updated dictionary. Here I run this module, we get the result. As we see 2008 having a string value iPhone 3G, which is just similar to this 2008, and the next we have iPhone 3GS, iPhone 4, and at last we can see the key 2007 having a value which is a string Python, which means that the key 2007 is updated to the another string. So this is the way to update the key value pair which is already exist inside the dictionary. So now I'm going to add a key value pair inside the dictionary. So next I'm going to update the whole dictionary, which means that I'm going to add some key value pair inside the dictionary A. So for that we have to assign a new key. So here I put 2011, which is a new key inside this dictionary, and I'm going to assign a different value which is hello world, and now I'm going to run this module. So here we can see the 2011 is added inside the dictionary A. So this is a way to update the whole dictionary. So this is all about updating the dictionary. Let's move to the third topic, how to delete the key value pair from the dictionary. So for that we have to create a dictionary. So here I created a dictionary and assigning 4 key value pair inside the dictionary, and now I'm going to delete the key value pair using a key name. So for that you have to use a del method, and here I put the name of the dictionary, and inside the square bracket I'm going to give the name of the key, which is 2007, and after that we will simply print the updated dictionary. So here we get the result. So inside the curly braces we have only 3 key value pair, which means that the key name of 2007 is deleted. So this is a method to delete the key value pair using a key name. So this is all about deleting the item from dictionary. I'm going to explain you some built-in function or method inside the list. First method is a max method. Max method will simply return you the item which have maximum value inside the list of items. So here I created a list and assigning some value. Here we have some items, and now I'm going to print the maximum value of this inside the item. So for that you have to use max method and put a variable a. So here we get the result 83, because 83 is the largest integer value inside this list of items. Min method will simply return you the minimum value from the list. So here I created a list and assigning some value. So here we have some item inside the list. So here I'm going to simply print the minimum value from the list. So here we run this module, and now we get the result 23, because 23 is the minimum inside this whole list of items. Count method returns item how many times repeated inside the list. So for that I initially created a list, the same list. Now I'm going to repeat some item which is 167 and 23 and 23. So here I'm going to count the value 23. So a dot count 23. So here I run this module. So here we get the result 3, because this 23 value repeated 3 times inside this list. So simply count method will return you the item which are repeated inside the list. The next method is index method. Index method will simply return the index value of the existing item. So now I initially created a same list, and now I'm going to find the index value of this item. So for that here I put a dot index, and now I'm going to write the value inside this index method, and now I'm going to run this module. So here we get the result 1, because the index position of this item is 1, because the index position of this item is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, and this is 4. The next method is append method. Append means adding some item inside the existing list. So for that I initially created a list and assigning some item, and now I'm going to append some string value. So here I called append method, and now I'm going to write hello inside this method, and now I'm going to print the updating list, so which is a. So here we get the result. As you can see, this hello is adding inside this list. So this is all about a append method. The next method is insert method. Insert method is just similar to the append method, but the main difference is that inside the insert method we can give the index position of the item, or we can say that where we want to add the item inside the existing list. So now I'm going to create a list which is the same list. So here we have some item inside the list, and now I'm going to insert some item here. So a dot insert insert, and now I'm going to put the index value. So at the index value of 2 I want to add some item, so here hello, and now I'm going to print the updated value which is a. So here we get the result which is the updated result. Here we can see hello is at the index position of 2 and the 23 is shifted to the index position of 3. So this is all about insert method. So the next method is reverse method. Reverse method simply reverse the item from the list. So now I'm going to create a list, and now I'm going to simply reverse the item, reverse, reverse. And now I'm going to simply print the updated value which is the reverse items. So here we get the result. As we can see, the first index value which is 0 started from 34, and this initial value, the first index value is 167, which means that the items are reversed. So this is all about reverse method. The last method is sort method. Sort method will simply sort the item from the list, which means that we can sort the item either in increasing order or decreasing order. Now I'm going to sort the item. So here I created a list, and now I'm going to simply sort this list. Now I'm going to print the updated list which is A. So here we get the result which is in increasing order, which means that the first item is the lowest item and the last item is the highest item, which have the larger value. So if you want to get the value in decreasing order, then we'll simply reverse the sorting items, reverse, reverse, and here we get the result in decreasing order. So here we have two examples. This is in increasing order and this is in decreasing order of sorting. In this video, I'm going to explain you some built-in functions which are used in tuple. The first method is a length method. This method will return the number of elements inside the tuple, or we can say that it will give you the length of items which are exist inside the tuple. So here we take some example. So here I created a tuple assigning some item, and now I'm going to print the length of this tuple. So here I'm using len method. Here I put a. I run this module. We get the result 8 because we have 8 items inside this tuple. So this is all about the length method. The next method is a max method. Max method will return you the element from the tuple which have the maximum value. So for that we have to create a tuple. So here I created a tuple assigning some item, and now I'm going to print the maximum value. So here I use max method. Here I run this module. So here we get the result 455 because in this tuple the item 455 have the largest value. So this is all about the max method. So the next method is a min method. Min method just similar to the max method, but it will simply return the minimum value from the tuple. So for that, here I use min method, min. Here I run this module. We get the result 34 because 34 is the lowest inside this tuple. This is all about the min method. The last method is a how to convert the tuple to list, or we can say how to convert the list into tuple. So first we are going to convert the tuple items to a list item. So here I created a tuple. We have some item inside this tuple. Now I'm going to convert into the list. So here I give the variable b, and now I'm going to use a list. Here I put the variable a, which is this variable a, which is the tuple, and now I'm going to simply print the variable b. Here we get the result. So here we see the items are enclosed in a square bracket, which means that these are the list item. And now we convert the item from list to tuple. So first we have to create a list. Here we have some item inside the list, and now I'm going to convert into the tuple. So here I used another variable v, and now I'm going to use a tuple method, tuple. Here I put a variable a, which is a list. Now I'm going to simply print the variable b. Here we get the result. The all items are enclosed within a parenthesis, which means that these items are a tuple items. This is all about the tuple in Python. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to discuss about a dictionary in Python. A dictionary is a way to store a data just like in list and tuples. If you work with Oxford dictionaries or any dictionaries, then what we see in Oxford dictionaries is that there is a lots of word, and these words have some meanings. So similarly in Python we have Oxford like dictionaries, but instead of words we have key, and instead of meanings we have value, and each key is associated with their values. Key and value are separated with colon, and each key value pair are separated using a comma. The main difference between a dictionary and list or tuples is that instead of using only numbers to access the data, we can use anything, which means that when we want to access the item from list or tuples, we only use a index value, which is a numeric value. But in dictionary we can use anything just like a string, character, or a numbers. So this is all about a dictionary. Let us understand through some simple example of dictionaries. Here I opened a Python shell, and now I am going to create a dictionary. So for that we have to use a variable and assigning some item inside the dictionary. So this is an empty dictionary because we don't have any item inside this dictionary. Dictionaries are represented using a curly braces. The first item having a key value pair is 2007, which is integer, and here I put a hello. So this 2007 integer is a key, and this string is a value. So this value is associated integer value. So here I again put some item which is 2008, and so here again this string is associated with this integer value. I'm going to print the value. So here we get the result in curly braces, which means that the item inside the curly braces are the dictionary items. Now I'm going to get the value using a key item. So here I put a, and inside the square bracket I put 2007. So here we get the result hello, which is this hello value which is associated with this key 2007. So this is all about a dictionary in Python. In this video we are going to talk about some built-in method which are used in dictionary. The first method is a length method. The length method simply return you the number of item, or we can say number of key value pair which are exist inside the dictionary. So first we have to create a dictionary. So here I created a dictionary assigning some key value pair inside the dictionary, and now I'm going to print the length of this dictionary A. So here I put len, and inside the parenthesis here I put A, which is the dictionary A. Here we run this module and we get the result 4 because we have 4 key value pair inside this dictionary. So this is all about a length method. The next method is a clear method. The clear method will simply clear the key value pair which are exist inside the dictionary. So for that I call a clear method. Now I'm going to print the dictionary A. So here we get the result. We get the result empty dictionary because the items are clear using this clear method. So this is all about a clear method. The next method is a copy method. The copy method is used to copy the item which are exist inside the dictionary. So here I created a different variable b, and now I'm going to copy the dictionary A using a.copy method, which means that this A dictionary is copied to the new variable which is b, and now I'm going to print the dictionary B. So here we get the result. So here we get the result same as we see in the dictionary A, because this dictionary A is copied to the variable of B, which means that a B is newly created a dictionary having the same key value pair. So this is all about a copy method. The next method is a get method. Get method return a value for the given key. If a key is not available, then it will return a none value. So for that I'm going to print the value which have a key 2008. Now we run this module. Here we get the result iPhone 3G string. So as we see, this 2008 key associated with this string iPhone 3G. Now let's change to the another key which is 4. Now let's run this module. We again get the result 2010 because this iPhone 4 key is associated with this value 2010. So this is all about a get method. The next method is a items method. This method return a list of dictionary having a key value in a tuples form. So for that we have a dictionary called A, and now I'm going to simply print the items A dot items. So here we get the result in a tuples pair form. So as we see, all the key value pair are in a parenthesis, which means that here we use a tuples and all the items are in a tuples pair. So this is all about a items method. The next method is a keys method. The keys method returns a list of all key available inside the dictionary. So for that we have a dictionary called A, and inside the dictionary we have some key value pairs, and now I'm going to simply print the all key values here A dot keys. Here I call this method keys, and now I run this module. So here we get the result 2008, 9, this string, and 2007. So these 4 items are a key inside this dictionary. So this is all about a key method. The next method is a update method. The update method I use to add a two or more than two dictionary, and after that we will get the updated result. So here I created two dictionaries having a variable A and B, and now I'm going to update the dictionary A using this dictionary B. For that we have to use a dot update method, and inside the parenthesis I put a dictionary B, and after that I'll simply print the updated dictionary which is A. So here we get the result in a updated form because initially we have only 4 items inside dictionary A, and after that I updated the dictionary, we have 8 items as we see inside this output. So this is all about a updated method. The last method is a values method. The values method simply return the all the values which are exist inside the dictionary. So I'm going to simply print all the values using values method. So here A is a dictionary and dot values is a values method. So here I call the values method. So here we run this module, we get the result. So here you can see we get the all values from the dictionary A. So this is all about values, and this is all about a dictionary in Python. In this video we are going to talk about how to access, how to update, and how to delete the dictionary. Now for first, how to access the value in dictionary. For that we have to create a dictionary. So here I created a dictionary and assigning 4 key value pair inside the dictionary. So now I'm going to print the values using a square bracket, and inside the square bracket I put a key 2007 which is this. So here I run this module, we get the result iPhone which is a string value. This iPhone is associated with this key and this key is printed. After that we get the result this string, and now I'm going to change the key 2009 which is this key. So here I run this module, we get the result the string iPhone 3GS which is just similar to this. Now I'm again change the key which is string iPhone 4 which is just similar to this string iPhone 4. So here I run this module, we get the result which is 2010 because this integer value 2010 is associated with this string value. So we can use anything to access the item from dictionary. Now let's move to the next topic, how to update the dictionary. For that we have to create a dictionary. So here I created a dictionary assigning 4 key value pair inside the curly braces, and now I am going to update the key value pair which is already exist inside this dictionary A. So here I put A and I'm going to assign a key 2007, and now I'm going to give a different string which is Python, and after that I simply print the updated dictionary. Here I run this module, we get the result as we see 2008 having a string value iPhone 3G which is just similar to this 2008, and the next we have iPhone 3GS, iPhone 4, and at last we can see the key 2007 having a value which is a string Python, which means that the key 2007 is updated to the another string. So this is the way to update the key value pair which is already exist inside the dictionary. So now I'm going to add a key value pair inside the dictionary. So next I'm going to update the whole dictionary, which means that I'm going to add some key value pair inside the dictionary A. So for that we have to assign a new key. So here I put 2011, which is a new key inside this dictionary, and I'm going to assign a different value which is hello world. And now I'm going to run this module. So here we can see the 2011 is added inside the dictionary A. So this is a way to update the whole dictionary. So this is all about updating the dictionary. Let's move to the third topic, how to delete the key value pair from the dictionary. So for that we have to create a dictionary. So here I created a dictionary and assigning 4 key value pair inside the dictionary. And now I'm going to delete the key value pair using a key name. So for that you have to use a del method, and here I put the name of the dictionary, and inside the square bracket I'm going to give the name of the key, which is 2007, and after that we will simply print the updated dictionary. So here we get the result. So inside the curly braces we have only 3 key value pair, which means that the key name of 2007 is deleted. So this is a method to delete the key value pair using a key name. So this is all about deleting the item from dictionary. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to talk about a function in Python. A function is a block of code that is used to perform a task. We can repeat the function many times as per our requirement, which means that we define a function once and a user can use over and over again. So this is called a function in Python. Now I'm going to explain you how to use the function. Function in Python are defined using the keyword def, and after the keyword we write the name of the function with parenthesis. So here I write the name of the function with parenthesis, and after that I put colon to get inside the function. And now I'm going to simply print a string which is hello, and in the next line I'll put return. Return are used to get out of the function. When I hit enter, we can see we will go out of the function. So here the new line is started. So now I'm going to call the function. To call the function we simply write the name of the function. So now I'm simply write the name of the function followed by parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis we can place any argument. So here I don't put any argument. I'm going to simply call the function with the name. So here we get the result a string, which means that when we call the function with this name, the function is called and this hello is printed in output. So this is all about to calling and defining the function. In this tutorial we are going to discuss some argument which are used in function. So the first argument is a required argument. These argument pass to a function in a correct order, which means that the number of argument in the function call should match exactly to the function definition. So it is necessary to give the exact value in the function call and the function definition. So let's understand through a simple example. Here I'm going to create a function. After that I'll explain you the required argument. So for that we have to use a keyword def named hello. I'm going to simply print the string hello world. After that I'll simply return this function, and outside the function we have to simply call this function by name. So we will get the result hello world. So here we get the result hello world. So what is the required argument inside this function? Like x, and we did not pass anything inside this calling function, then we will get a positional argument error. So here we can see a one required positional argument error is shown. So here I'm going to simply pass a variable x here. When we run this module, we will get the result hello world. Here we get the result x is not defined. So for that we have to define x equal to 12. We will get the result hello world because this function is executed correctly. So these are all about a required argument inside the function. The next argument is a keyword argument. It is related to a function call. So when we call the function, we have to identify the argument by a parameter name. So let's understand from the example. Here I'm going to simply create a function named hello, and inside the parenthesis I'll put x. After that I'll simply print the value of x when we call the function. So here I'm going to simply call the function by the name hello, and inside the function I'll put 23. So this 23 is passed to the variable x, and the x is printed. So here we get the result 23. So what is a keyword argument inside this function? So as I already said, when we call the function, we have to identify this argument by the parameter name. So here I'll put x equal to 23. So this value of 23 is identified by the parameter name x. So this is a keyword argument. So this is all about a keyword argument in function. The next argument is a default argument. It is an argument that assumes a default value if a value is not provided in the function call. So let's understand through a simple example. I'm going to create a simple function hello, and inside the function I'll simply put x and y two parameter. After that I'll simply print the value of x and y. So outside the function we will simply call this function by the name hello, and inside the function we will give two arguments, which is 23 and 45. So when we run this module, we will get the exact result, which is 23 and 45. So what is the default argument? So when we remove this value from the calling function and put inside the definition of the function, so what Python does, it will defaultly copy the value 23 inside this variable x. So when we run this module, we will get the exact result, which is 23 and 45. So this is all about a default argument. The next argument is a variable length argument. This type of argument is used when we define the function and we don't know how many arguments we are going to pass inside the function, which means that the parameter and the argument both are vary as per our requirement. So let us understand through a simple example. So first we have to create a function by the keyword def, and I name the function hello, and inside the function parenthesis I'll put two parameter, which is x and l, and before l I'll put asterisk mark, which denoted that here we passes a many value inside this parameter. So first we have to print the value of x. So I'll simply return this function, and I'm going to simply call this function by using 12. Here I put 12, so this 12 is copied to this variable x, and the x is printed. Here we get the result 12. And now I'm going to give some different values inside the function, which is 34, 45 and 56. So here we have three value for this variable L. So these three values are stored in the variable L. So I'm going to simply iterate the value from the L using a for loop. So for b in L, I'm going to simply print the value of b. Here we run this module, we will get the result 12, and after that we will iterate three value from the variable x, which is 34, 56 and 45. So here this variable length argument is three values and the variable length parameter is L. We can pass different values, 56, again 78, 89. So these all values are stored inside this variable L because there is an asterisk mark which denoted that we will passes different values and many values inside this variable L. So this is all about a variable length argument in function. In this tutorial, we are going to discuss what is pass by value and what is pass by reference. So let's start with a pass by value. So when we pass a value, what we are doing is that we created a copy of that variable and passes to the function. Suppose we created a variable x equal to 5 outside the function, and when we pass the variable x equal to 5 inside the function, then we are not passing the actual value, we are only passing the copied value. Here I opened a Python script and now I'm going to execute a simple example by passing a value inside the function. So for that we have to create a function. So here I'll put a keyword def to creating a function, and now I'll give the name of the function, which is hello, and inside this parenthesis I'll pass a parameter x. After that I'll put colon to get inside this function, and I'm going to simply print the value of x. After that it will return these values. So here our function is completed, and now we have to create a variable x which are passes inside this function. So for that I'll put x equal to 13, and after the next line I'm going to simply call this function by using the name hello, and inside this function I'll put the argument x which is passes in this hello function. So when we execute this module, we get the result 13 because here we passes the variable x equal to 13. So what happened when I change x equal to 45? So here we get the new result, which is x equal to 45. One more thing, if I'll print the actual value x, then we'll see what happened. So we get the original result, which is 13. So now I'm going to explain you the pass by value inside this function. So here first we create a variable x equal to 13, and which is passed through a function hello. So when we pass this variable x equal to 13, then what we are doing here, we just passing the copy of this variable, which is x. So when we change the x equal to 14 inside the function, then it will not reflect back here outside the function, because here we just only passing the copied value, not the actual value. So this is the method to passing the value inside this function. So this is all about a pass by value. Now let's move to the next topic, which is a pass by reference. When we pass something by reference, so what we are doing is we are passing the object itself, or we can say we passing the original variable. We are not copying the variable, we just passes the original variable inside the function. So any change in the object or variable inside the function, then those changes are reflected back to the actual variable. Now let us understand through a simple example. Here I'm going to execute a simple example of pass by reference. So first we have to create a function using the keyword def, and after that I'll put name of the function, which is hello, and inside the parenthesis I'll keep a variable x, and after the colon we get inside the function, and I'm going to simply print the value of variable x. So here we return this function using the return keyword. So here this function is completed, and after that we have to create a variable which is passed inside the function. So here I'm going to create a variable in first line, which is a. So here I created a list instead of variable. So here we have 4 items inside the list, and these 4 items are passed inside this function. To pass the list A inside this function, we have to call this function by the name hello, and here I put A to passes in this function. So here we run this module. So here we get the result of this list A. So now I'm going to explain you what is a pass by reference inside this function. Now I'm going to change the list A inside this function. So here I put x, and inside the square bracket I'll put 0, which is the index value of this list, and here I put 12. So here the list is updated by the index value of 0, which is equal to 12. And now I'm going to simply print the updated list. Here we get the result, which is updated. So here you can see the index position at 0 is changes to value. Now I'm going to simply print the value of list A outside the function here. So here we get the same result which is outside the function. So there is no difference between the list inside the function and the outside the function, because when we pass the list inside the function, we just pass the actual list, not the copied list. Then whenever we change anything inside the list, then it will reflect back outside the function. So this is all about a pass by reference in function. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to talk about modules in Python. Modules in Python are simply Python files with .py extension, which contains a set of function, which means that your module file will always contain different function, and these functions are used in another file. We use module to break down large program into small manageable files. So we define our most used function in a module, and we import it by using import keyword. So now let's move to the examples of modules. Here I just opened a folder which is an empty folder, and now I'm gonna create a module file inside this folder. So for that I created a module file which named is tuna.py, and now I'm going to create a function inside this module. So for that we have to use a keyword def. Inside that I'll give the name of the function, which is first, and inside the function I'll simply print a string which is I am from module. Just save this function, and now I'm going to create another file which is the original file. We can give any name to this original file. Here I just created a module file and a original file. Original file is used to call the module, or we can say that call the function from this module, which is tuna.py. And now I'm going to use a import keyword to import the function from this module. So here I'm going to simply import the module first, which is tuna. This is our name of the module, and after that I'll simply call the function by using the name of the module, which is tuna.first. We'll simply run this module. We get the result I am from module. So this is a method when we call the modules in same directory. So we have another method to import a module in different directory. So if you want to access your module file in any directories or different directory, then we have to create the module in the site packages. Site packages is located in our Python installed directory. I'm gonna open a Python installed directory here in local drive C. In local drive C, user, name of the user, insert that app data in local, after that program, then Python, then 3532. Here we just open our Python install directory, and inside that we have a folder called lib, and inside the lib we have a site packages folder. So here I just open a site packages folder, and inside that I'm gonna create a module file. So here I'm gonna create a module file named module first.py. Inside this module file, I'm going to create a simple function which returns some string. I am from site packages. Here we save this function inside this module. So here we have a module called module first, and inside the module we have a function named hello. And now I'm gonna call this module from another directory. So here we just go to the document folder, and now I'm gonna create a original file which is python module.py, and inside this original file I'm gonna call the module using import keyword, import module first. And now I'm gonna call the function which we had created in the module, which is hello. Here we run this module, we get the result which is I am from site package. So this is our another method when you call the module from another directory. One more thing, when you create a module in our site packages, then you can call the module in any directories in your computer. So this is all about modules in Python. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to talk about exception in Python. An exception is a event which occur during the execution of a program, or we can say an exception is a error which can be handled by the programmer. The exception which are already available in the Python are called a built-in exception. One more thing, don't confuse between the error and the exception, because error and exceptions are not the same. Suppose if the programmer can guess an error in the program and he can do something to eliminate the error, then it is called an exception. If the programmer cannot do anything in case of error, then it is called an error, not an exception. A programmer can create his own exception called user-defined exception. Now let's move to the example where we can see how exception occur. So first, let's understand about a syntax error and how it is different from exception, because sometimes we confuse between syntax error and a exception error. So let's move to the examples. Here I opened a Python script, and after that I'll create two files, one for syntax error and the second for exception. So first I'm going to create a program where we can see what is a syntax error. So first I'm going to simply take a input, give some values. So here we can see this is a input which is stored in the variable x. So after that I'll simply print the values of x. Here we run this module. Here we can see we get a result, give some values. If I put 12, then we get the 12 result. So what is the syntax error in this program? When I change this input to input, then here we can see we get a syntax error in this program. So this is a syntax error. And now I'm gonna tell you what is a exception. So first I'm gonna again take a input, enter some values, and this input is a integer type, and after that I'll simply print a value of x. So this integer input will stored in this x variable, and this x variable is printed. Now run this module. Here we can see the program is correctly run, and after that I'll simply put 23, then we get the 23 result. Now I'm gonna run this program again, and in this I'm gonna simply type hello, which is a string. We get a value error. So these errors are exception error, which means that these errors can be handled by a programmer. So this is a difference between a syntax error and a exception error. Syntax error can't handled by a programmer, but a exception can be handled by a programmer. In this video I'm gonna teach you how to handle the exception. So why we need to handle the exception? Because the purpose of handling the exception is to make the program robust. Robust means strong. A robust program does not terminate in the middle. So now let's move to the examples. Before going to write some example, we need to know what are the steps followed to handle the exception. So the first step is a try block. Try block means when there may be a possibility of exception in the program, then programmer will put all the code in the try block. The second step is a except block. The programmer should write the except block where he should display the exception detail or a custom message. The third one is a finally. Finally block is written in the last, and the finally block are used to execute a final program whether there is an exception or not. So now let's move to the example to understand the exception handling. Here I just opened a Python shell, and now I'm gonna create a simple program to show you how to handle the exception. So now, as I already said, the code should be keep inside the try block. So here I simply want to print something. Write something, and after that, as I already said, the second step is a except. It will print some message if the code is incorrect inside the try block. Please write something correctly. Okay, and now I'm gonna run this module. So here I'm gonna simply write something which is hello world. Here we did not get any error, and now I'm gonna change something inside this. Just remove this n character inside the input method. So this input method is incorrect, and now I'm gonna run this module. So here we get a accept message, please write something correctly. We did not get any error message because the accept will simply show you the user defined message. Now I'm gonna simply print this module again. We get the exact result, which is, so this is a try block and this is the accept block. And now I'm gonna create a simple example to understand the exception handling more. And now I'm gonna use a while loop. After that I'll put true, and inside the while loop we're gonna declare try block and the accept block. So inside the try block it will take some input, which is input write something. After that it will break the try block if the input is correct. Inside the accept block, please write correctly. So now I'm gonna change this input in int typo. So here this variable only accept a integer value. And now I'm gonna run this module. Here you can say the program is executed correctly, and now I'm gonna write something 90, so it will accept a integer. And now we run this module again. Hello, here you can see please write correctly. This accept block will show a message, please write correctly. After that if I have again some string, we get again a message, please write correctly. So until it will get a integer, then it will correct the process. So this is a absolute example to understand a try block and a accept block. And now we are going to use a finally block inside this program. It will simply print a message which is over, which means that this final block will not depend on this accept and this try block. Whenever we type a integer value, here we can see the finally block is executed. And now if I give some different value, which is a string, so here we can see this is a accept message and this is a final message. So here we can see the final message will not depend on this accept and this try block. If your try block is right or wrong, this finally statement will print at the end. So this is a optional inside the exception. So if you want to print something at the last, then we use a finally block, or if you want to execute something in the last, then we have to use a final block. So this is all about a exception in Python.
Hi everyone, let's get started. In this, you will learn about Python file operations. More specifically, opening a file, reading from it, writing into it, closing it, and various file methods you should be aware of. So, first of all, what is a file? A file is a named location on disk to store related information. It is used to permanently store data in a non-volatile memory like hard disk. Since the random access memory is volatile, which loses its data when computer is turned off, we use files for future use of the data. So when we want to read from or write to a file, we need to open it first. When we are done, it needs to be closed so that the resources that are tied with the file are freed. Hence, in Python, the file operations takes place in the following order. First one, opening a file. Second one, performing operations like reading, writing, appending, etc. Third one, closing a file. So let's have a look at the first one, opening a file. Python has a built-in function called open to open a file. This function will return a file object, also called a handle, as it is used to read or modify the file accordingly. In this first case, we just pass the name of the file test.txt as a string to the function open, and to do so we should be in the same directory where the test.txt resides. And in the second case, we specified the full path to readme.txt. In this case, we need not be in the same directory where readme.txt resides. Then we can specify the mode while opening the file also. In mode, we specify whether we want to read, write or append to a file. We also specify if we want to open the file in the text mode or in binary mode. So let's have a look at the modes. These are the modes that are supported by Python. R is for reading, and reading in text mode is the default mode here, and this mode we get strings when reading from the file. On the other hand, in the binary mode, the mode will return bytes, and this is the mode to be used when dealing with non-text files like images. So W stands for writing, and this will create a new file if the mentioned file does not exist, or it will truncate the file if the name exists. Then X stands for exclusive creation. If the file already exists, the operation fails. And A stands for opening file for appending at the end of the file without truncating it, and this also will create a new file if the name does not exist. And T is the default text mode, and B stands for the binary mode. When we are dealing with images or videos, we have to use this binary mode, and this plus sign is used for combining more than one modes like reading and writing, or writing in binary, like that. Then unlike other languages, the character A here does not imply the number 97 until it is encoded using ASCII or other equivalent encodings. Moreover, the default encoding is platform dependent. In Windows it is CP1252, but in Linux it is UTF-8, like this. So we must not also rely on the default encoding, or else our code will behave differently in different platforms. Hence, when working with files in text mode, it is highly recommended to specify the encoding type like this. Since we are using Linux, we are using the encoding type UTF-8, and here we just open the file in read mode with encoding UTF-8. So just do have a look at other examples also. In the first case, we just opened the test.txt in the default mode, which is reading in text mode. And the second case, we just supplied W so that we can write in text mode. And the third case, we are opening an image called image.bmp in reading plus binary mode. So when we are done with the operations to the file, we need to properly close it. Closing a file will free up the resources that were tied with the file, and it is done using the close method, like here. Even though Python has a garbage collector to clean up the unreferenced objects, but we must not rely on it to close the file. So here we just opened the test.txt in the default mode with encoding UTF-8, and we will perform some file operations here, and after that we have to close it by calling f.close. Then this method is not entirely safe. If an exception occurs when we are performing some file operations with the file, then the code exits without closing the file. So a safer way is to use the try finally block. In try, we are trying to open this test.txt with encoding UTF-8, and we will perform some operations here, and in the finally we are closing it by calling f.close. So this method, we are guaranteed that the file is properly closed even an exception occurs here, causing the program flow to stop. The best way to do this is using with statement like here. This ensures that the file is closed when the block inside this with statement is exited. We don't need to explicitly call the close method since it is done internally. So I strongly recommend to use with open like here to do the operations with files. So that's all for now. All the operations related to file like reading from file, appending to it, writing to it will be handled in the upcoming videos. So keep watching. Thank you.
Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to learn file handling in Python, which means that how to create a file using Python script and how to write some data in text file using Python script. So now let's move to the first topic, which is how to create a text file using Python script. So here I just open up Python script. So here just click file, click new file, and here we have a new Python script. Just save this script in desktop and named which is file.py. So here you can see there is a script which is file.py, and now I'm going to create a text file using Python script. So just write a variable which is file. You can give any name to this variable. After that, just write a function which is open, and inside the open function you have to pass some parameter. So the first parameter is the name of the file, which is python.txt. You can give any name to this file, and after that we have to put a format of the file which is text file, and after the parameter just put a comma, and after the comma we have to put a mode. So there are 4 or 5 modes. So the first mode is a read mode, which is used to read the file. The second one is a write mode, which is used to write the file, and the third one is a append mode. So append is used to add data in our existing file. So here I'm going to use a write mode to create a text file. So here I just put W, and after the W I have to put a plus sign. So this plus sign indicates that if there is a file in your path, so just use those files to write something, and if there is a no file in the path, then just create a file which named is python.txt. So here I'm going to use a W plus. If we remove this plus sign, so this W means we want to use a file which is already exist in the path, and after that we want to write something in the file. So now let's put plus here, and now let's run this module. I think this is a syntax error. This is also a string. So here we did not get any error. Just move to the desktop. So here you can see there is a text file whose name is python.txt, and inside the text file there is no data. So this is the process to create a file using Python script.
Hi everyone, now let's have a look at reading from a file. To read the content of a file, we must open the file in read mode. There are various methods available for this purpose. We can use the read with size method, or just a read method, or any other methods we will be discussing in this session later to do this. So in the first case, the read with size method, we are reading up to the size of the size parameter mentioned, and it will return up to that size of data to us. And if the size parameter is not specified, it reads and returns up to the end of the file. So let's go to the terminal, and since I have changed some of the lines in my test.txt which we saved previously, I just want to cat through that. Cat test.txt. I just changed the second line to second line and third line to third line, and removed the fourth line. In order to do something with the read operations with the files, we just want to go to the Python console, and now just open the file in read mode. For that, f equal to open within quotes test.txt comma the method read. Now I just want to pass the size parameter with read, f.read 5 for the first time, and this will return up to the fifth character. 1 2 3 4 5, fifth character is O, up to O. And if I did it again, then it will return from the blank line and 1 2 3 4 up to the L. And now I just want to get rid of this size parameter, sorry. Then it will return up to the end of the file. So now I just want to know the current file position. For that, I just want to write f.tell. This will return the current file position. Now it is at the end of the file, which is 38. If I just want to bring the file cursor to the initial position, I can do f.seek, and inside that 0. And if I will ask to tell the current file position, this will return 0. And to read the entire file at once, we want to print f.read, and this will read the entire file. We can read a file line by line using a for loop. This is both efficient and fast. So in order to do that, we just go to the initial position and we are looping it for line in F. Starts indentation here. Just type print line. Press enter again. This will return line by line up to the end of the file. Then we can use read line, the other method, to read individual lines of a file. This method reads a file till the new line, including the new line character. So in order to do that, let's go to the initial position again and f.read line, and this returned the first line. If it do it again, second line, do it again, then third line. And if you want to get all of a sudden, then we can do f.read lines instead of f.read line. Now we are at the end of the file, so that it returned an empty list, and in order to see what happens, just seek to the 0, and now just do it again, and this will return a list with all the lines. So that's all about read method in Python. So the other methods will be discussed in the other videos. So keep watching. Thank you.
In this video, we are going to learn how to create data inside the file, or we can say how to create a data inside the existing file. So we had already created a file which is python.txt, and now I'm going to use a Python script which is file.py from desktop. Just click on file, just click on open, click on desktop, and now click on file.py. So here I'm going to use w, which is used to write the file, and now I'm going to create a string which is str, and after that I'm going to assign some string which is hello world. So here the hello world is a string which is stored inside the variable str, and now I'm going to use a function which is write, file dot write. Inside the parenthesis I'm going to use a variable which is str. So this hello world is stored inside this function write, and after the write you have to close this file using close function. And now let's run this module. So here we did not get any error, so let's move to the file which is python.txt. Just open it. So here you can see there is a string which is hello world. So this is the way to create a data in your file using Python script. And now I'm going to delete this data. Just save this and just close this. And now let's move to the Python script. And here I'm going to change something which is str input. Inside the input I just write which is enter some data. And now let's run this module. And now I'm going to write something which is I am from Python. Just click enter. And now let's go to the file which is python.txt, and here you can see there is a string which is I am from Python, which we had typed in our Python script. So this is the way to create a data using Python script. In this video we are going to learn how to append data in our existing file. So why we use append instead of write? When we use w plus, or we can say w, for writing the data, then the existing data will deleted when we create a new data. But when we use a append mode, then the new data is added after the existing data. So here we already have something in our python.txt which is I am from Python, and now I'm going to append some data using a mode which is a. And now just save this module and run module. And here I'm going to write something which is I am from India. Just click enter. After that let's move to the text file which is python.txt, and here you can see there is another data which is I am from India, which is appended after the existing data which is I am from Python. And now when we use w here, just run this module again, write something hello world, just click enter, and let's move to the file which is python.txt. So here you can see a new data is generated and the existing data will deleted. That's why we don't use W for writing some data. We always use append for writing data because W will delete the existing data and it will create a new data. But when we use append mode, then the new data will added after the existing data. So this is the way to add some data in our file using Python script. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to learn how to download file from internet using Python script. I just opened a Python script and now I'm going to import a library which is used to request a URL from internet. So for that I have to use import URL lib, which is URL library dot request. So this library is used to request data from the internet. And in the next line I'm going to use this library by using URL lib dot request dot URL retrieve. So this URL retrieve is a method inside this URL library, and after that put the parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis we have to put the path of your file from internet. So now let's go to the browser and search something which is train. Just click images, just take one picture from and copy this URL link which is http, and now put here. You have to put the name of your file which is train.jpg. Now let's run this module again. So here we did not get any error. We have a file in desktop because the Python script is saved on desktop. That's why the file is downloaded on desktop. So here we have a file which is train.jpg. So the file is downloaded where the Python script is saved. So this is the process to download any file from internet using Python script.
Hi everyone, now let's do an assignment which will make use of the file methods and operations and all. So what I'm going to do is I have to create a file ABC, then another file for apple, for banana, for cherry, and at last I just want to concatenate or join both of these text files and to make a new file, then to display it. That is my motto. So in order to do that, I just want to make the two text files for first. So for that I will use the with method again. Just comment it out. With open, I just named the file as a to c.txt, and it is in the write mode, at the end as F1, and here we can add the other file opening also by just adding a comma here and open fruits.txt in the write mode again, and at the end as F2. Then enter and just add some data to the both of the files. So first one, F1 dot write a, then just copy this and paste it for 5 times It's almost 6 times. It's okay. Then f1 dot write b, f1 dot write c, then f2 dot write for apple, new line, for banana slash n, new line, and for cherry slash n. Let's get rid of this line over here and make this f1 to f2, and also add new lines to these lines also. So just save it, and let's go to the terminal and run it. Python file iu.py, and in order to see this, we need not to be always open the file using the command prompt. We can also go to the files where A to C and fruits are residing. So let's see, A to C have A, B, C, and in fruit.txt we have for apple, for banana, for cherry. So let's close it and go to the code again. Then we have done this, so let's comment it out, and in order to concatenate this, we have to use by importing izip from itertools. So let's import it first. From itertools, import izip, save it, and now let's open another file which is called full or complete, something else like that, and just concatenate the both of the files we are saved, and let's see what happens. So with open, I will name it resultant dot txt, and I will open this in write mode, and as res again, then comma, I have to open the other two files also. That is first one is A to C dot txt, and I'm opening it in the default mode since I don't have to write anything into that, I just want to read that. And the other one, open file fruits dot txt, as f2. I just forgot to add f1 here, as f1, and after that I just want to loop through this. For that I am using for this is the normal syntax of X, but I just want to get rid of that since I didn't want that right now. for line 1 comma line 2 in zip. In braces, I just want to pass this F1 and F2 since we are opening it as opening A to C as F1 and fruits as F2. So F1 comma F2 and at last colon, enter. Then we want to concatenate it. For that, press dot right. We just adding space for both of them so that we have a format like this, and after that dot format to format like that, format, and in braces we have line 1 dot R strip. This is a function, and also comma line 2 dot R strip. So we have done with our coding. Now let's see what happens when it get run. So just go to the terminal and run this again, and now let's go to the files, and we have got this rest.txt and just open it. Yeah, we got A for apple, B for banana, and C for cherry. That's it. That's how we could concatenate a file with another file and to make a new one, and both the files are not affected by doing so. They are as like before. So that's all about concatenating a file. So that's all for now. Keep watching. Thank you. Hi everyone, let's get started. In the last tutorial, we have done an assignment, and in that we have used some built-in functions like izip, zip, and rstrip here. So you might be wondering what is the purpose of all these functions here. So let's have a look at each one of them deeply. So let's start with the zip functions here, and in order to use all these functions we have to import that izip from itertools like here, and the zip function returns a list of tuples where the ith tuple contains the ith element from each of the argument sequences or iterables like f1 and f2 here, and the returned list is truncated in length of the length of shortest argument sequence. And when there are multiple arguments which are all of the same length, the zip function is similar to the map function with an initial argument of none, and with a single sequent argument it will return a list of one tuple, and with no argument it will return an empty list. So keep that in mind. And also the left to right evaluation order of the iterables are guaranteed. So let's have a look at another example. Here we have two lists x and y having same length, and we have zip it with the zip function here like this. This is the syntax, and it will return first value of first list, comma, first value of second list, comma, second value of first list, comma, second value of second list, and so on. And the zip in conjunction with the star operator like here can be used to unzip a list like the second line the second last line like here, and this will return true. And now let's do have a look at the isip function. The isip function will make an iterator that aggregates element from each of the iterables like zip, except that it returns an iterator instead of a list. So the left to right evaluation order of the iterables is guaranteed in this also. So let's do have a look at the example here. In this we have two lists 1 2 3 and ABC here, and we are using this isip function here, and if we are printing the I, then it will print it like this. Here you can see, here we are not having the square brackets like in this, so that's the difference. And it is not separated by a comma also, like here. And we have another one, which is the isip largest. The difference of isip and isip largest is, if we are using isip, then the ABCD and XY will be isipped like A, X and B, Y like this. And in the case of isip largest, it will be like ABCD, XY, and we can also supply a fill value like a minus here, and this will be giving us AX, BY, same as this isip, and the fill value is combined with the C and D like C dash and D dash like this. So if we are using isip, then we will not get the C dash D dash like here, and we won't able to supply a fill value like here. So that's all about isip, zip and isip longest. Now we have another one, the rstrip, and the method rstrip returns a copy of the string in which all chars have been stripped from the end of the string, like a default white space characters. So let's do have first example. Here we have spacious, and before S and after this S we have lot of white spaces, and after this, since we are using rstrip, it will strip the right side of S, and we get spacious like here. And if we are stripping A like this, then we will be getting AA, B, and both of these A's are get stripped out. And if we are having AB, BA, then it will strip both AB and BA, and we will get an empty string like this. And in the case of this ABC, ABB, A, if we are stripping AB, this will strip this AB and BA, and we will get ABC only. And we can also have L strip in order to strip out from the left side. And if we want to strip some special things in between, so we have we can use strip also. So that's all about strip, rstrip and lstrip. So keep watching. Thank you.
Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to learn the concept of OOPS in Python. So what is the full form of OOPS? which is object oriented programming and system. So the entire OOPS concept is derived from two words, which is classes and the objects. So what is a class and what is an object? A class is a module which consists of methods and data. An object is anything that really exists in the world. So let's take a simple example to understand the classes and the objects. Suppose there is a building inside a city, so the building which is exists physically inside the world, so the building is the object. And now suppose you have a paper, and inside a paper there is a sketch of the building, so the paper is a blueprint of that building. So the paper is called a classes, which means that the paper consists all the modules, which is data and method, to build a building. So this is the class, which is a paper, and that's the object which is physically exist inside the world. So now let's take another example to understand the classes and object. So here we have two things. In left hand side we have a recipe to bake a cake, and in the left hand side we have some cakes. So as we know that a recipe is needed to bake a cake, so this recipe is called a class and the cake is called a object. So the main difference between the class and object here, which is a cake can be eaten when it is baked, which means that it actually exists in the world, but we can't eat a recipe. So when we bake the cake, which means that we create a object according to the class definition. Class definition means the ingredient and the method which exist inside the recipe. So here we correlate all the things with our classes and object. So simply we have a class which is a recipe and the object which is a cake. So as I already said that class consists of a data and a method. So inside the recipe we have some ingredients, and after that we have some methods. So the ingredients is a data and the method is a way to make the cake. So when we change something inside our classes, or we can say inside our recipe, then the object will also changes. So that's all about the classes and objects. So now let's move to the another topic where we can see how to make the classes and how to make the object in Python. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to learn how to declare the classes and how to use the classes and objects. So here I just opened a Python script, and now I'm going to show you the syntax of class, or we can say how to write the classes. So here I just write CLASS class. So the class is a keyword. So when we declare a function we use def. So the def is a keyword. So same here we have a class which is a class keyword, and after the keyword I just write the name of the class, which is student. So the student is a name of the class. So generally the name of the class is started from the capital letter. So here I just write S in a capital. After that we just put a colon to get inside the class. So this is the way to declare a class. As we already know that inside a class we write attributes and methods, which means that we write some ingredients and the methods which is used to bake the cake. So in Python we cannot declare a variable, we have to write the variable inside a special method, that is init method. The init method is used to initialize a variable instantly. So now I'm going to initialize a init method. We can call it constructor also. So here I'm going to define a function which is init with double underscore. After that I'll put self, and after that I'll put colon to get inside the init method. So here I use self dot name, which is equal to Alex. So here we just create a variable which is the name of the student. So now I'm going to create a object which is used to call this all the methods. So now I'm going to create a object which is associated with the class student. So here I just write s1. After that I'll put equal to, and after the equal to I just write the name of the class, which is student. So here you can see the s1 is the object of this student class. So whatever we write inside the class, it just goes to the S1. So now here we just create a object S1, and now I'm going to print the name of this student, which is Alex, by using print function print s1 dot name. So now I'm going to run this module. So here we get the result, which is Alex. So now I'm going to explain you what is a self here. So self is a parameter, or we can say keyword, that represent the class itself. So here I'm going to explain you with another object, Control C, Command B. So here we can see we have two object, which is S1 and S2. So now I'm going to run this module again. So here we get the result Alex and Alex two times. So when we initialize a variable which is name with self, which means that it will work with the current object. So when this object is used, then S1 is worked for that, and when this object used, then it will work for the S2. So now I'm going to change this something like that, which is S1, and inside the self I'm going to pass S1 here. Here when we run this module, we get the result self is not defined. Sorry, here we have to write S1. So here we get the result, which is Alex. So here when we create a single object, so the object is passes inside the method when we use a single object. When we use a different object, which means that when we have more than one object for a single class, then we have to use a self keyword to reference the current object. So self is used to represent the current object. So as we know that every class have some action which is equal to method. So now I'm going to create a method here. So I just simply copy this. After that I'll put def, and now I'm going to call the name the method, which is walk. So every students have some action which is equal to walk, which means that every student can walk, run, etc. And inside the here I just write self here also. So here we just create a method inside a class, and now I'm going to print something, which is my name is Alex. So now I'm going to call the method by using the object s1 dot walk. So now I'm going to run this module. We get the result, which is equal to print is not defined. Sorry, I'll explain. Here we get the result, which is equal to my name is Alex. So this is the way to create a method inside a class, and this is the way to call this method using the object. And now I'm going to write here my name is self dot name. So this self dot name is a class variable, which means that we can use this self dot name anywhere inside this class. So now I'm going to run this module. We get the result my name is Alex. So this Alex is a self dot name. So now let's move with some other things, which is self name and class. Sorry, classes. I'm going to copy this self dot name. After that I'll put 3 times, which is self dot classes and self dot name, and here I just write classes and name. So when we pass a name here and when we pass a class here, it will refer to this self.classes and the self.name. So now I'm going to write here name, which is xyz, and class, which is 12. So now when we run this module, we don't get any error. And now I'm going to change this by using self.names. Sorry, we have to change this self names self.names. So when we run this module, we get the result, which is name is not defined. So names here. So here we get the result, which is my name is xyz. So xyz, which is equal to the self.names, and here I just print the classes. Now when you run this module, we get the result, my name is xyz, alex, and the 12. So here we can see, when we passes a variable inside a class, then the constructor is instantly passed to this self.name and the self.classes itself. So this init method, or we can say constructor, is used to initialize a data inside our class. So this all the variables are used anywhere inside this class, which means that these are class variable, not a instance variable. So now let's change something here. I'm going to create another object which is equal to s2 s2.walk, and here I'm going to pass something which is yxz, and here I just write 18. So here we have a two different object, and inside the object we have four different values, which is xyz, 12, yxz, and 18. So when we run this module, this first object is passes to this initializer, which is names and classes, by xyz and 12, and it will print the value which is xyz and 12. And when we deal with second object, then yxz is passes to these names, and this 18 is passes to these classes. So self is used to initialize, or we can say assign, the object itself, and now we get the result, which is equal to, so here we get the result alex, xyz, and the yxz. So we get the result different from the previous one, because the two objects are used in two manners because of the self. So when we use a first object, the self is referred to that, and when we use a second object, then self is referred to this second object, which is equal to s2. So this is the way to use a self, and this is the way to create a class, object, and the method. So that's all about the classes and object in Python. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to learn inheritance in Python, or we can say inheritance in OOPS. The word inheritance means acquiring property from other. So let's take example. So here you can see there is a parent and there is a son. So the son is inherited some property from their parent, which means that the parent is a base class and the son is a derived class. So when we derive something inside a base class, or we can say parent class, then the derived class can easily use the property from the base class. So the inheritance is used to acquire the property from the base class. So there are two types of inheritance. The first one is a single level inheritance, and the second one is a multi-level inheritance. So here you can see the child is inherited from a single base class, which means that the base class can be a father or a mother. So here we use a single level inheritance to acquire the property from the base class. So now what is a multi-level inheritance? Suppose we have a derived class which is a son, and the son is acquire property from a base class which is a father and a mother. So there is a two base class which is father and mother. So the son is acquire the property from the two base classes which is father and mother. So this is called a multi-level inheritance. So now let's take a simple example to understand a inheritance in Python. So here I just opened a Python script and now I'm going to implement a simple example. So here we have to write a class which is a keyword, and after that I'll write the name of the class which is father. After that I'll put colon and get inside the class, and now I'm going to define a method which is last name, and inside the parenthesis I'm going to pass a self, and after that I'm going to print the value which is my surname. So here we have a parent class, or we can say base class, and inside the base class we have a method which is a last name. And now I'm going to create a child class, or we can say a derived class. So here I'm going to write class again. After that I'll write son, son, and I'm going to declare a method again which is first name. Inside the parenthesis I'll put self, after that I'll put colon to get inside the method, and now I'm going to simply print the values, or we can say print a string which is my first name. So here you can see there is a parent class, and after that there is a derived class. So now how Python knows this is a derived class and this is a parent class? So for that we have to write the name of the class from where we want to acquire the properties, or we can say the parent class. So father is a parent class, so here we have a class which is equal to father. And now I'm going to create a object which is s1. After that I'll write son, and now I'm going to call the method which is first name. So here we just call the method which is first name from the son, or we can say child class. Now when we run this module we get the result my first name. So now I'm going to acquire the property which is the last name. So here I just write s1 dot last name. So when I run this module we get the result which is equal to my first name and the surname. So this my first name is coming from the child class and this surname is coming from the parent class. So this is the way to create a parent class and a child class. So this is called a single level inheritance. And now I'm going to create another parent class to show the multi-level inheritance. So I just write. So here we have another class which is mother. So here we have three classes which is father, mother and son. So we have a two parent class which is father and mother. So here I just write my surname 2, and now I'm going to run this module again. We get the result which is my first name and a surname. And now I'm going to edit something inside our child class, and now I'm going to pass the mother class inside our child class by using the name of the class. So here I just write two classes which is a base class, and now I'm going to simply write s1 dot last name. I think I have to change the name of the method which is last name 1 and last name 1. So here when I run this module we get the result which is my surname 2. So here you can see these two results are coming from the base classes, which is from father and this is from mother. So this is the way to create a multi-level inheritance in Python. You can add many things, like when I copy this and paste mother, grandmother, just pass this base class to the child class, and inside the I just write 3, and here I just write 3 here. And now I'm going to simply call this method by using the child class, which is last name 3. So when I run this module, we get the result, which is my surname 3. So these 3 values are coming from the base class, and the first one is coming from the child class. So this is all about inheritance in Python. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today I'm going to show you how to use MySQL with Python. So before getting started, we have to install some packages, or we can say some software, to use MySQL with Python. So here we have some software. So the first one is a MySQL Server Community. The second one is a MySQL Workbench, and the third one is a MySQL Python Connector. So the third one, which is MySQL Python Connector, is used to connect your Python program with MySQL database. So let's move to the installation process. So here I just open a Chrome browser, and in search bar you can type mysql.com/downloads. After that, just scroll down and goes to the last one, which is MySQL Community Edition. Just click on Community. So here we have some software, which is MySQL Community Server, MySQL Cluster. So first we have to download MySQL Community Server. Just click on that. So here we have a MySQL Community Server. Just scroll down, and now you can select your operating system. Because I have a Mac operating system, so just click on download button, which is the first one. So here I just click on download. So here you can see we have to log in or sign up for download this software, but we have another link, which is no thanks, just start my download. So just click on there. So here you can see the download process is running, so it will take some time. So I just skip this video. So here you can see the download process is completed, and now here we have a MySQL Community Server. So now let's move to the second download, which is MySQL Workbench. So just go back to your download page, which is MySQL Community Downloads. After that, just scroll down. So here we have a MySQL Workbench. Just click on that. So here we have download MySQL Workbench. Now just click on your download button, which is here. After that, just click on no thanks, just download my Workbench. So here you can see the download process is started, so it will take some time. The download process is completed. So here we can see MySQL Workbench, which is in form of .dmg. So now let's move to the last installation, which is MySQL Python Connector. So just go to the download page again. Click on Community Edition. After that, click on MySQL Connectors. So here we have so many connectors, which is connector ODBC, connector net, and connector J. So connector J is used for Java. After that we have a connector /node.js, which is new. After that we have a connector /Python. Just click on connector /Python. So here we have a download page for connector /Python. So just scroll down, select your operating system. So here I just use platform independent. and after that I just click on download button, which is download here. After that just click on just start my downloads. So here you can see the process is starting, so it will take some time to download the MySQL, which is Python connector. So here you can see the process is completed. So now just go to the desktop. So here you can see the MySQL connector is downloaded on desktop. And now let's start installing this software. Just click on MySQL community server. Just click on continue. After that again continue, agree. After that install. After that just put your system password. MySQL is installed, and just copy the root password here. Command C. Just click OK. Just click close. So now let's go to the second one, which is the MySQL Workbench. Just drag on application. It will take some time to install. So here just click on application. So here we have a MySQL Workbench. Just click on that. Click open. We just see welcome to MySQL Workbench, which means that our MySQL Workbench is installed successfully. Just minimize that and goes to the last one, which is MySQL connector Python. Just click on zip file. After that we have a main file, which is here, and click on this folder and click on new terminal at folder, and after that just click Python 3. If you are using Python 3, then just write Python 3, and after that write setup.py. After that write install. So here you can see the MySQL connector is installed successfully in our system. Just close this terminal. So here that's all about the installation process. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to learn how to use MySQL, or we can say how to write MySQL command in Python, and how to fetch data from MySQL using Python scripts. So we had already downloaded our software. We have to start our MySQL server, which is from system preference, MySQL, and start our MySQL server. Just put your system password. So here you can see the server is running now. Just click minimize. After that just click on MySQL Workbench. So here we have a MySQL Workbench. Just click on local instance. So here we have to put a user root password. So in previous video we had just copied the user root password, and now I'm gonna paste here. After that just click OK. So here you can see the password is expired, so we have to make another password. So just put your old password. After that just put your new password. Just click OK. After that put your new password here again. Just click OK. So here we have a editor page. Just click on minimize. After that just create your own database by using some commands, which is create database and name of the database, which is test. After that click command enter. So here you can see the database is created. When I click refresh, so here we have a test database, and inside the database we have some table, views, and some function. So this is the way to create a database by using MySQL Workbench. We can create the same database using Python script also. So here I just opened a Python script, and now I'm going to implement a Python code to connect with MySQL. So first we have to import a library, which is import mysql.connector. After that we have to make some connection. So first we have to declare a variable which is conn. You can write anything on behalf of conn, and after that I'm going to use this library which is mysql connector dot connect. Inside the parentheses we have to pass some values which we use to connect our database. So the first one is a user, which is root. The second one is a password, which is, the third one is a host, which is localhost, and the last one is a database. So if you are working with your current database, then you have to declare your database here, which is test. And in the third line I'm going to use a cursor, which is my cursor. So my cursor is a variable, so you can write anything on behalf of my cursor. After that I'm going to use a connection which is conn, so this variable. After that I'm going to write a function which is cursor function, and in the fourth line I'm going to execute some code to fetch the data from the test database. So for that we have to write my cursor dot execute, and inside the parenthesis we have to pass a show tables, which is a mysql command, and in the last line we have to print the database values. So here I just write my cursor dot fetch all. So now let's run this module. So here we did not get any values because our database is empty. So now let's move to the workbench and now create some tables inside our test database. So for that, the first line, which is use test, command enter. After that I'm going to create a table, create table, and name of the table is employee. Just command enter. So here create table error, which means that we have to create some column inside the table. So the first one is a id column, after that int, and after that we have to pass a primary key. Just put comma, and the second is a name, and the name is a variable character. So for that we have to write var char, and after that write two parentheses, and inside the parentheses we have to write some integer value. So this integer value is used to limit this character, which means that we can only write the name from 1 to 30 words. After that I'm going to use date of birth, dob, which is a date time. So this date, time, primary key, and varchar, these all are keywords in MySQL. And the last one is a email, which is a variable character, which is varchar, and inside the parentheses we just pass 20. So here I just put command enter. So here you can see the table is created, which is employee. So here we can refresh this database. So inside the database we have an employee table. So now let's move to the Python script. So now I'm gonna again run this module. So here we get the result, which is employee, and now I'm going to create the same table by using Python script. So here just write the same line, just copy from there, Command V, and after that just change the name of the table, which is student. Now run this module. EOL while scanning string literal. So we have some error here. So I think there is some indentation error. So now let's run this module again. So here the process is completed, and now just close this and goes to the MySQL workbench. Just click on refresh. So here you can see the student table is created. So this is the way to create a table by using a MySQL workbench, and this is the way to create a table using Python command. That's all about for creating a table using MySQL workbench and the Python commands. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to learn how to insert data in our database by using MySQL workbench as well as Python script. Here I just opened up MySQL workbench, and now I'm going to use a database which is test. After that I'll hit enter, which is command enter, and now I'm going to insert some data by using insert keyword. So here I just write insert, after that into employee. So employee is a table in our database, and after that you have to pass some parameter. So the first parameter is the ID, the second one is the name, the third one is a DOB, and the last one is the email. After that write values and insert the parentheses. We have to assign some values. So the first one is the ID, so here I just write 1. So ID is the integer field. The second one is the name field, which is a string, so here I just write Alex. The third one is also a string, but it is a date of birth, so here I just write 1989, 09 and 20. So this is the format to write a date in MySQL. After that the last one is a email, so we can pass any email, and after the parenthesis hit command enter, and here you can see the table is created and one row is affected. And now I'm gonna show you how to see values from the table by writing select asterisk mark and from employee and hit enter. So here you can see the name is Alex, here date of birth, and the last one is the email. So this is the process to insert a data in our database by using MySQL workbench. And now let's move to the Python script to insert a data in our database. So here I just copy all the values, which is insert into, and after that I'll paste here. I think there is an indentation error, so I just arrange in correct manner. So here the values are inserted, and now at last I have to write CONN, which is variable connection. After that put period, and now I'm gonna commit these values in our database, and now run this module. Sorry, we have to change some values here. Name is a Peter, the ID is a 2, and the date of birth is something like that, which is 1990, and the email is also change hotmail.com. So now just save this and run this module. So here we did not get any error. So let's move to the MySQL workbench to see whether it is inserted or not. I'm gonna clear this one, and now first I have to use a test database by using command enter, and the second one is a select star from employee. Just click command enter. So here you can see the second ID is a 2, name is a Peter, and third one is a date of birth, which is 1990, and the last one is a anc@hotmail.com. So this is the process to insert a data by using a Python script. So just write your MySQL command, or we can say MySQL code, in your execute parenthesis here. And now I'm gonna show you the data in our Python script. So just delete out, and here just write print my cursor dot fetch all, and here we run this module. So there is some error, no result set to fetch. I think there is some error because you have to write some code, which is my cursor dot execute show tables, and now here we run this module. We get the result, which is employee and student. And now I'm gonna write here, which is SCL select star from employ employee. So this will fetch all the data as we see in MySQL Workbench, which is select star from employees. When we click hit enter, so there is a pop-up which show all the data. So here also we just write select star from employee. Here we run this module, we get the result, which is ID, name, date, second ID, name, date. So this is the process to insert a data and show the data by using Python script. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to learn how to drop a table, or we can say how to delete some values from table by using MySQL Workbench as well as Python script. So now let's move to the MySQL Workbench. So here first we have to use the test, which is a database. So here I just hit command enter, and now I'm gonna see how many values are there in my database. So here we have select star from employee. So employee is a table. Now hit enter. So here we have two values, or we can say two rows, which is Alex and Peter, and having ID 1 and 2. And now I'm gonna delete one row by using a delete keyword, DELE, delete from name of the table, which is employee. After that I just write where ID equal to 1. So here I use ID equal to 1 because ID is a unique for all the rows. So after that hit command enter. So now I'm gonna check whether it is affected or not from emplo employee. Just click command enter. So here you can see the ID 1 is deleted, which means that the first row is deleted. And now let's move to the Python script to delete the second row, or we can say delete the second ID. So just copy some command, delete from employee, and move to the Python script, and now just paste here inside our execute. So here you can see delete from employee where ID equal to 2. And now save this module and run. So here we did not get any error. So let's move to the MySQL Workbench to see whether it is affected or not. Enter, and after that hit command enter. So here you can see there is no row, which means that all the rows are deleted. So the first is deleted from MySQL Workbench and the second row is deleted from the Python script. So this is the process to delete the values, or we can say delete the rows from database. Welcome to the Python tutorial. Today we are going to learn how to send email by using Python script. So here I just opened a Python script. I'm going to create a simple program. So first we have to import a library, which is SMTP library. SMTP stands for Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, which means that SMTP is used to send any mail to the mail server, and there is a POP, which is Post Office Protocol, in receiver server, which is used to receive the mail. So now let's import the SMTP library, which is SMTP lib library. after that we have to write the content. So here I used a variable which is content. You can write anything, and now here I just write hello, I am from Python. And now after that we have to use a SMTP library, which is mail equal to, mail is a variable, you can use anything, SMTP library dot capital SMTP, which is simple mail transfer protocol, and inside the parenthesis I just write smtp dot gmail.com. So here we have a free mail server which is smtp.gmail.com, which is from Google, and now I'm gonna assign a SMTP host which is 587, and after that I just write mail.ehlo, I'll put parenthesis. In the next line I just write mail.start TLS. So these are the inbuilt method which we used in Python to send any messages. Just write mail.login. So login is the function which is used to log in our account. So here I just put my email account, which is, and after that I'll just put my password, and in the next line I just used mail.sendMail. So these all are the function which we are used. So here we put the email address from, so which is my email address, and after that we have to write the email address to, which is .com, and after that I'll just put content, which is our message, and now I just write mail.close when the mail is sent. And now let's run this module. Okay, so here we did not get any error, which means that the mail is sent. And now let's go to the Gmail to check whether it is sent or not. Just sign in here by using M335033, which is a receiver email. I just put password. So here we can see whether it is received or not. So here you can see the first message. I just click on the sender email and the content, which is hello, I am from Python. So this is the way to send any message to any mail addresses.